Hello everyone, welcome to the International Computer Club, a fellowship which will reach across borders and oceans and allow folks from all around the globe to share their passion and joy for classic computers, consoles, and retro gaming. Hello everyone, welcome to this, the second gathering of the International Computer Club. I am Amigo Aaron. I'll be your MC for this evening. Tonight, we're joined by a cast of luminaries whose genius shines so brightly it can be seen from the murky depths of deep space. And it will be my pleasure to go around the horn here and introduce these fine fellows. Let's start in the upper left-hand corner with our good buddy, broadcasting from his secret bar location, Edvin Helen. How's it going tonight, Edvin?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
Very good, very good. Of course, you'll see me right there beside Edvin, and then moving over to my right, our good buddy, Jack Flack himself, Rob Flack O'Hara. What's a good word, Rob?
Man, just hanging out and looking at all these great computer stuff and everybody's background, and looking forward to hearing what everybody's going to be sharing tonight. It's going to be exciting.
Very good, very good. Now, next to him, a handsome devil, if I may say. A damn good-looking man. Give it up for Pixels at Dawn.
Oh, I thought you were going the wrong way around when you were talking about handsome devil there.
There you go, there you go. Now, a row down. A fresh-faced boy. He looks straight out of high school. Give it up for our good friend, Frodo. What's going on, Frodo?
High school, that was a few years ago, but
don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone, man.
I'm older even than you, Aaron. So.
Oh, no. That's impossible, I think, isn't it? Beside Frodo, our good buddy with a beautiful, luscious locks of hair. Like a maiden princess. Give it up for Mr. Kola.
Hey.
Is that Kola in that glass?
No, this is beer. Everyone else was having beer, and it sounded like a great idea. So
there you go.
To get some for myself.
It's always a good idea to have some sort of alcoholic beverage when joining the International Computer Club. Now, next to him, our good buddy, our good pal, wearing a striking shirt. Give it up for Mitsoyama. What's going on, dude?
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to come along, pop into the club, and listen to what's going on. I'm not presenting anything tonight, but thought pop along and show me support and, just say hi to everyone.
Beautiful. We need all the support we can get, Mitts. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, next to him, a man who needs no introduction, famous video master, Amiga disciple. Give it up for Doug from the 10-minute Amiga Retrocast. Give it up. What's going on, Doug?
Happy to be here. Hello, everybody.
Beautiful.
This is exciting being at the second meeting of the International Computer Club.
Very good.
I'm really excited.
We're glad to have you in here, Doug. Now, here's a man who's more infamous than famous. Give it up for him, my good buddy, my partner in crime, John, Boat of Car Schaller.
Hello, everybody. I'm
Very good.
super pumped. Words can't describe how hyped I've been all week for where we are right now.
That's wacky, Boat. I'm glad to hear that, my friend. You got a voice. You may go far in this game, my pal. Now, down below, right beside Boat, the man with the luxurious beard. Beautiful. Our good buddy in Arizona. Give it up for David. What's going on, Dave?
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for putting this together. Glad to be here again. This is fantastic.
We're glad to have you, Dave. And this man snuck in at the 11th hour from way down there. Our good friend, our bosom companion, and probably the man who bought what I'm drinking right now, Graham W. Vebke. What's going on, Graham? Try it again, Graham. Not much going on. We'll get you figured out, my friend. So, we've got a packed show tonight. And we're just going to go right down the line here. We asked for people who would like to contribute a presentation to the International Computer Club, and the response was quite good. We've got a great lineup here. We're going to start with our good buddy, again, broadcasting from a location that he calls his personal man cave. I'm going to turn it over to our good buddy, Edvin Helen. Edvin, what do you have for us tonight?
Well, I'm kind of winging it, so let's see. I'm not sure, but I was the last time we spoke, I tried the Vampire, the 1200 version, and that didn't turn out too well because I blew blew the power supply.
Yes.
So this time I have a fresh power supply, so I'll fire it up and I'll see if I can play this game here, which I dug out of the basement.
Oh.
And it's been ported to the Amiga.
Nice.
And you need a beefed up Amiga. So it doesn't get any more beefed up than the Vampire Amiga.
We were just talking about that on the show a couple weeks ago. I'm anxious to see what you've got there. That's a good choice.
Yeah, and I went down to the basement, like I said, and I found this, but there's no CD in it. So I had to be a dirty, filthy pirate again and get it off the internet. But I have the original box.
We concur.
Yeah, we concur. Okay, so we'll try this. Let's see.
Grab a fire extinguisher before turning it on in case it goes up in flames.
I have to get rid of the beer because that's a danger. So let's see here. I'm just gonna change the camera here.
Edvin, that's a striking sign, and behind you there.
Oh yes, and you know who? And you know who got me that?
I have no idea.
Okay, let's see here. So I'm just gonna show you the card when it's not powered. Like I did last time, I had power on it, so that didn't go too well.
I'm getting nervous.
So no, it's fine. I'm just gonna turn on some more lights. So this is the Vampire 1200. And I also have this CF adapter, which is very nice because it goes onto the PCMCI slot. It's a long word. So we'll just fire it up and see how it goes. Okay, so then I have to do this. Let's see, it's so I have to change the input. So this is going to be amateur hour. Maybe I have to close the machine first. That's smart. Okay, ready to rock and roll.
All right.
Let's see if I've got the thing. And you actually need a CD32 gamepad or joystick. So I have this one.
Ooh,
It's
that's a
very
good
nice,
one.
the Competition Pro.
Yeah, now that was the officially produced CD32 aftermarket joystick, right?
Yeah.
It looks a little better than the one I got. The official CD32 joystick.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually had to repair mine because the cord breaks. So you have to re-solder it. We have liftoff. I'm just gonna get the steady cam. Steady. Whoa.
Earthquake in paradise.
Okay, so of course now the camera's in the way, but I'll go around it. So it's Heart of Darkness.
Oh.
I remember playing this on the PC. I didn't come very far on it, and I believe I won't do that now again, but we'll try. So I'll just go straight into the game because there's this 3D intro with not too good 3D, which was of course the best 3D you could have back in the day. But
Nice.
You're going to want to reverse your camera there, unmirror.
yeah.
We're now in inverse world.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, there we go. Bam.
Wow.
I die a few times here now.
Holy cow, it's hot action right out of the gate with this game.
Man.
I had to recenter the. Okay, let's see. No. Okay.
That looks good.
Let's kill some. No!
Definitely fast.
It looks like what's going on in my liver as I drink this.
Now this is that game that we just covered on the show. Right?
That's right, Boat.
That's right.
This is absolutely vicious. My goodness.
I'm trying to remember whether I completed this because I got this on the PC a while ago. And after this initial section, it does feel quite like something like Another World or something like that. It's a very good game.
Hey Edvin, Bike Me asks what settings is your vampire on for this one?
What settings? It's let's just turn down the volume a bit. It's just a standard Coffin OS install, and I downloaded the game from one of the retro news sites, I think. Linked it. So it's no special settings.
Were you able to download it using like the Amiga and everything, or did you have to like download it and then copy it over?
Well, I could have, but I did use the PC and then just used the SD card to transfer it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be easy to find the darkness.
Well, he's in the heart of it, so.
Yeah, heart of darkness, yeah.
Now let me ask you a question, Edmund.
Yeah.
So you were growing up playing these games, obviously, like all of the menu language and stuff is in English and not in Norwegian. So like, how old is your average Norwegian kid before they have like a grasp of English to where they can play games and be able to understand, English words and games and stuff like that?
Well, my 2-year-old said, "Mommy, help!"
Okay.
The other day.
So just almost immediately.
Yeah, because they watch like YouTube. They watch a lot of foreign stuff. But sadly now they actually dub TV series on the Norwegian TV. So that's no good. Well, okay, I'm using the wrong camera. That's why. Okay.
Have you ever gotten off the first board of this?
Yeah, back in the day, but now I couldn't be bothered. So,
I mean, I don't want to jump into game review mode, but what the hell were they thinking? That's the way you start the game? Being swarmed by weird black blobs? That's how you do it? You can't give us a tutorial or something?
Pix, you said you completed this, right, on PC?
I think so. Yeah, it's a long time ago. I thought I might even still own it, but I don't. So.
That's a crazy amount of action right out of the gate.
Yeah.
It calms down. It becomes a bit more sedate after a while. But...
Yeah.
Very good. I like that, man. How hard was it to get up and running?
It wasn't that hard. It was just downloading the files and transferring them to the Amiga. So luckily, I have on the Vampire. There's a SD card reader, and you can just use like an SD card extender. So then you can just pop it in the PC and back to the Amiga.
Now you've had the Vampire for you had it pretty early on, as I recall.
Yeah, I had one for the 600, and then this one for the 1200.
Wow! So you've got 2 Vampires. That's incredible.
Yeah.
So you're happy with them, obviously. You've had no trouble really with them. Then is that what you're saying? I
had trouble with the 600 version. Yeah.
Is it because of the grasp of the Vampire on the chip? Is that what do you think was causing the problem? Was it a hardware issue with the
That was a hardware issue because it was made by this guy Kipper 2K, I think.
Right.
And the boards he made was there was some problem with the power, so you had to do a fix on them to get them.
I got one on my 600, but it's a later board made by the other guy, and it works fantastic.
Yeah.
Those really did breathe a new life into the 600, I think, because before that, no one really gave a crap, and now they're a hot property.
Yeah.
Very good.
Nah, Edvin, I remember one of the things I remember well from the start of that game is it had some quite fancy 3D rendered intros and stuff. I'm guessing that's not in the Amiga port.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
I could show you if you wanted.
No, I just assumed it wouldn't be there, but okay, fair enough.
I just skipped it because then it would be like 10 minutes of the.
It's a long intro, yeah.
Of the 90s bad 3D.
Yeah, well, that looks pretty good, man. I have to say, I didn't think I'd see it so quick after reading about it, especially after the way Boat built it with requiring all that additional stuff.
Well, it's funny because, you know, when you look at that video that was posted, which I can't remember if it was Saberman or somebody else, but it is not running at that speed. It's running at like 5 frames per second.
Didn't you say he had an 040?
Yeah, I think it was an 040.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, and who knows what the other specs, you know, the JIT, all that.
Yeah, you need the vampire for that game, I think.
I'd say he's right. Very good, Edvin. You got anything else you want to show us?
No, I think I'm good.
I like it. Hey, that was good, man. I enjoyed that. Thank you very much, my friend.
Yeah.
I'll have to try that out on my 060. I wonder if it'll work well on the. I got a 66 megahertz 060.
Yeah, I'd like to hear about that for sure.
It'd be interesting to see what it ran like on non-vampire hardware. If you could come up with something that would run it at a playable rate, because the 040 we saw was not going to it wasn't going to feed the bulldog. It needed something better than that. So very good, Edvin. Thank you very much, man. All right, we're going to roll right on down the line here with our good buddy. I'm going to put you on the spot, John Bodovkar Schaller. This is your time to shine. Now, you've been very fired up about this new gimmick you've got. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about it, Boat? Let us see what you got there.
Okay, so today I want to talk to you a little bit about FujiNet. As you guys know, I'm a huge Atari 8-bit guy. It was my first computer. It was my first foray into the world of video games. And I'm always looking for new stuff to do with it. And so for a long time, I had just a general, it was called a My IDE cartridge, which allowed me to play games, you know, in the normal flash cart way. But when I heard about FujiNet, I immediately got rid of it in the Grand Boat tradition, where, you know, most of the time when I want something new, I've got to sell several other things to mentally justify my nonsensical purposes. So the FujiNet has arrived. I want to give you a visual tour of the FujiNet. Get ready for motion sickness inducing. So here we are with the 1200 XL. You can see that the FujiNet, unlike a flash cart, the FujiNet actually plugs into the SIO port in the back. So one of the things about Atari 8-bit computers that is unique is, unlike the Apple II, which actually had, you know, traditional expansion boards where you slot things into the motherboard itself. The thinking with the Atari management and engineering was that people were dumb and they wouldn't be able to do that without blowing up their system. So what they introduced and said was I think it was a 19-pin SIO port that was on the back of all of the Atari 8-bit machines. And so what you'd end up having to do was you had you'd go from there to what was called the parallel interface adapter, which was the Atari 850, which is just another big hunk of plastic. You go into that and then out to your various peripherals, where there was a modem, a second hard drive, or I'm sorry, a second floppy drive, etc. So the FujiNet plugs into there. As you can see, it's got a white light that is always on. That is the modem connection light, because this thing is connected to the internet via Wi-Fi. Connecting it to the Wi-Fi was a really easy thing to do. It was just like connecting any other device to Wi-Fi, which was pretty incredible. I'm going to show you everything from the get-go, but I want to give you a physical tour. So this thing has 3 buttons at the top. The button on the far right resets the device. The button on the far left switches between the different drive slots. And then the button in the middle, I got to be honest with you, I have no idea what it does. Now, another thing is that if you have an Atari 8-bit that is not the 1200 XL, then this thing is self-powered. There is a 5-volt connection in this SIO port that will power this device. However, with the 1200 XL, they decided to disable that 5-volt port because I guess they thought that nobody used it. So you could either open up your Atari 1200 XL and run a jumper and cut some wires. I chose not to go that way because, as you know, I'm not #1 hardware man. Instead, you can also power this thing via micro USB. So I've got this plugged in to my trusty, that thing with all the switches that everybody's got back there. So without further ado, I'm going to replace the camera in its proper place up here. And I'm going to switch the video. All right. And the Atari screensaver is that it cycles through a bunch of different colors. So this is not Coco Vision. Okay, it's switched out of Coco Vision now. So I'm going to reboot the system. The Atari has, I don't know if you can hear that, but the Atari has a very distinctive loading sound. It sounds like a very fast, you get sort of Morse code. Okay, you can see that it's connecting to my local network. And here we are, okay? Now, what does this thing do? Well, it does a bunch of different things. And I'm not going to give you an extensive tour because I don't know all of the different things that it can do. I know that it can emulate a modem, so you can connect to BBSs. I know that there are several sort of things that you can do at a networking level that are cool, but sort of beyond the kind of gaming that I care about. What I want to show you is that the FujiNet is basically, it's kind of like a GoTech, but it's better. And I'll tell you why it's better. Say that I want to play a game, okay? And I have not loaded this game on my SD card, which this thing also works like an SD card, flash card, okay? Well, I can go into any of these TNFS servers, okay? So let's go to atariapps.errata.online, okay? Now, what I've done is I've connected to a remote server, okay? And so I want to go down to games, okay? And we want to go into the HomeSoft collection. And say I want to play, I don't know, Canyon Climber, okay? So I am connected online to this server, there's a remote connection. I go in here. And what I do is I choose where I want to mount this, what drive slot. Okay, so I hit return. So what I'm doing is I've just pulled that game off the internet, off that remote server, and put it on. I've loaded it in to the FujiNet itself. Okay, so it's just like having a GoTech, except you don't ever have to pull the SD card out and put a bunch of games on it. And likewise, you don't have to do the thing that I had to do with my old flash card, which was put everything on it and then have to go through 4 or 5 different versions of the game to find the working one. So that's the advantage, okay? Now, how do you load this thing up? Well, what you do is you hit Option. That automatically loads the first game that is in the FujiNet. Now, the way that the Atari works is there are multiple drive slots in the Atari. The Atari, of course, can support multiple drive slots, but it always loads from drive slot 1, okay? So here we are, Canyon Climber. Who doesn't love Canyon Climber? One of the best games of all time. The Coco version is, of course, great, but the Atari version is also stellar. So, I'm not going to play through Canyon Climber, but it's a great game. It's a great game, and I found out about this game from none other than Amigo Aaron and the Coco Show. I was unaware of the glories of Canyon Climber before then.
Yeah.
Okay, but say you're done with Canyon Climber, and you want to play another game, or you want to do something else. Well, what we do here is we reset the FujiNet. Let's load it up again, and let's see what else we have here on our FujiNet, because I've preloaded a couple other things on here. I will say that it does take a second for this to load up, and you wouldn't normally need to do this every time because you just remember. Okay, so like in drive slot 3, I've got Caverns of Mars. Okay, well, how do I switch to drive slot 3? What you do is you hit Option, or you hit Reset, and let me try this again. Okay, you hit Option to reset. It's going to mount and boot whatever is in DH1. Okay, once that first game in DH1 is booting, if you hit the
whoa.
switch disc button, did you hear that?
Yeah, what was that?
The Atari just spoke to me.
Oh, what did it say, Boat?
It said disc 2. Now it just said disc 3. I'm gonna move this because we're gonna go to disc 4. Get ready.
So fancy. Whoa.
Yeah. Okay.
Taking control.
Yeah. That's worth the cartridge right there.
That's right. Okay, so now we're in disc 4, and I'm going to show you one of my other favorite things that the FujiNet can do. We're going to hit reset one more time. Now that we're in disc 4. And this was the thing that really pushed me over the edge. We talked about this on the Neil and I talked about this on the This Week in Retro podcast. So as you can see, it is it's checking automatically for my location. Look at that.
Oh, I know you love that.
That's right. So this is a real-time weather report on your Atari 8-bit computer. Pulled from the open weather database and displayed graphically in beautiful high-resolution graphics.
That's
Not only
awesome.
this, you can push F. You can get your forecast. I guess that didn't really do anything. I've never tried that before. Let's try pressing U for units.
Nice.
You get the
Oh.
Celsius. You get for that weird part of the world that uses Celsius, not like
Real
the real
units.
stuff.
You should have said that for Curtis.
Yeah. Here's we go immediately
we
back
do,
to
Celsius
what we
too,
know.
of course.
Oh,
So anyway, this is the FujiNet. If you are an Atari, let me switch back to my beautiful visage here.
oh God.
If you are an Atari aficionado like I am, and I can even turn it on. I've got a Y splitter, so I can feed it to both the monitor to my left and the monitor behind me. If you're an Atari 8-bit aficionado and you are interested in being part of the zeitgeist of current development, I mean, there's new stuff coming out for this all the time. There's a guy named Tom Cherryholmes, and he is very, very active in the development of this. There are all kinds of terminals where you can go. There's, like the BBS thing, of course. There's also a thing called Plato Term. So as an Atari 8-bit guy, sometimes you feel left out because there's so much development for the C64 and in the Apple II. But you don't see stuff for the Atari all the time. So I was so happy that this thing has come out and has been, such a big hit. So anyway, that is my presentation, the FujiNet for the Atari 8-bit series of computers.
Let me ask you a question, Boatster, if I can jump in here for a moment.
Yeah, man.
Now, so you can fetch images over the net, right?
Right.
Is there any? Effectively, your Atari is on a network, right?
Correct.
Is there any possibility in the future of like gaming on the net, that sort of thing? Is that something that could be done?
The future is now, Aaron. The future is now. You can already play reverse eye. You can play chess. Anything that has there are a couple different things. There's a thing called open chess. Basically, you've got to have an existing sort of network that these things can run off of. Sort of like with a BBS. You've got to have something that acts as the go-between. But what I've heard is that they are working on sort of a multiplayer thing for you to be able to play, any game multiplayer over the net with FujiNet, and that will really be a game changer.
That is very impressive. But we got a question here. Bike Me asks, can you get your own domain name and run a BBS on your 8-bit? Can you do that? Could you do that via the internet?
Oh, I'm sure you could, because that's how people did it back in the day. All the FujiNet does is it emulates a traditional modem, So, obviously people were running BBSs off of their modems back in the day with their Ataris. And because you have the multiple drive slots that you need for a BBS, you can. Now, I have a feeling that most people probably host BBSs off of more modern servers like a Raspberry Pi or something like that, because nobody wants to leave their Atari on all the time. But I believe, now, I am not the BBS king, so I don't know the ins and outs, but I believe that it's technically possible.
That'd be kind of neat, though, to run, because I remember getting on BBSs back in the day that were ran on Atari, so
yeah,
it definitely had the capability to do it. Bo, do you want to just real quick and mention again what does a device like that cost, and how can a sucker get one of these things?
Oh, yeah, great questions. So the FujiNet runs. You can get it out the door. Okay, you can, just like everything, you can buy the bare board, and you're going to pay less. I bought the FujiNet itself plus the 3D printed case, and with tax and shipping, I think I paid about $75. I bought my FujiNet from a site called the Brewing Academy, which is an outfit out of San Francisco.
Yeah.
And I will drop that in the Twitch chat.
They're quite reputable. If you listen to our comrades, the Pixel Guide in, Cody actually visited the place that they make these things, and they've got a good name. I've actually bought from them myself, so I recommend them.
Yeah, they were super fast shipping. This thing is let me go ahead and share my screen again with you real quick.
I may have missed it, but is it for all Ataris, or is it only 1200?
It is for all Ataris. It will work for anything from the 400 all the way up to the XEGS or the 130XE. So here's the actual site itself. You can see it's $55, just the bare board. If you want a 3D printed case, it's going to run you $10. They come in all the styles, so it actually matches. You can get one printed that matches the style of your particular case, which is pretty cool. So the 400, 800 case matches that beige. You've got the XL case, and then the XE case is that black and more kind of almost like a silver color. Now, you can also get a power switch for yours. You don't really need the power switch. Like I said, I just have mine hooked up to the power strip. But unless you have a 1200 XL, or I believe maybe a 400, I can't remember. There was one other model, but it was like one of the more obscure earlier models. You can get into this thing, and it will self-power through that 5-volt port of the SIO port. So anyway, this thing, like I said, I paid about $75 after tax, after everything. I highly recommend this device. It's really breathed new life, because what I'll do is I'll just go into the, all these different collection, all these different TNFS servers on all these other people's computers. So you can go all over the world and connect these servers, and there's all kinds of weird and wacky stuff, including demos and stuff like that. It's neat to see what's out there.
That looks awesome.
Yeah, Bo, that's a good one.
Bit here.
Bode, I've got a question for you, Doug.
Okay, man.
Mark here. Is there an SIO pass-through on the FujiNet itself? And if not, can it be daisy chained along with your floppy drives and other devices?
It does not have a an out on the back side. Let's see here. Actually, yes, it does. Yes, it does. I take it back. There is an out. I've never looked. Let me spin it around right now. Hold on a second. This is let me
Thank God you asked that, Doug.
Discovery.
Get ready.
Lord.
Action shot.
3D house of
Action shot. There is an
go.
out port. So the whole concept behind the SIO port, as you know, if you're an Atari 8-bit guy, was that you can daisy chain all this stuff together. The idea was we want to make it easier for consumers to add stuff without the risk of shorting out their boards, and so you can daisy chain. So yes, there is an out on the FujiNet.
Great. I just ordered, or I just got in 2 floppy drives for my Atari 800 XL.
Oh, that's awesome, Doug.
I'm going to set up a nice little system with the Atari by itself and a nice little drives there. And I definitely want a FujiNet now, but I want to make sure that they all play nicely together. It sounds like they probably will.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I recommend it without reservation.
Yeah, and Brewing Academy, I'll have to put my 2 cents in there too. Fantastic people. I bought from them for like a year and a half. Fantastic people. Really
cool.
Good. Yeah, lots of good stuff.
The Atari 8-bit world is, to a lot of people, it's untapped, isn't it, Bo? There's a lot of good, sweet action out there to play with.
Yeah. It's I don't want to call it an also-ran because it sold very well. It was in production for longer than almost any other 8-bit computer. It ran all the way until '92 when they finally discontinued it. But it just never sold in the numbers that say the C64 did.
There you go. Excellent work,
May
Bo.
go ahead. Add on a bit, guys?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what you know about the TNFS protocol. Do you know anything about where it comes from?
No. All I know is it lets me play games from all over the world.
It was made for the ZX Spectrum.
Really?
For this interface. I
Okay.
don't know if you can share my
Well,
screen for a moment
right
as
now,
presenter?
I'm spotlighted, so I don't know if anybody can see that.
Can I be
Maybe,
spotlighted
Aaron, you
for a
need to
moment,
re-
Yeah,
Aaron?
no,
remove my spotlight.
everyone can see it, Boat.
Okay. I can't. Oh, I need to.
Because I'm not.
There
Okay,
you
there
go.
we go.
Okay, bam.
This is called the Spectronet. Was made years ago, but it's now once again made by a guy here in Eindhoven, so close to me, by the light. It's a network interface for the ZX Spectrum, and it uses the same TNFS protocol that you see on that Atari interface.
Oh, wow.
But this was what it was made for originally.
So cool.
Awesome.
Good stuff, Frodo.
So I got something to present after all.
Yeah. you know,
good.
Frodo, I don't want to put you on the spot now, but in a future meeting, you should really, introduce that Spectronet, peripheral, because I'd love to see that in action.
I can do that. I will then probably do it on my ZX Omni instead of an original ZX Spectrum.
Okay.
It's a bit easier to do, but yeah, I can do that.
Cool.
Very good.
But I
Excellent
thought
work.
this was an interesting addition.
Good stuff,
Yes.
Boat, Frodo. Any other questions for the Boat before we trudge forward?
I will ask, given my knowledge of the Atari 8-bit is limited to what I've seen on the channel and a couple of games I've played on Antstream, could you actually use the original Atari 8-bit online with just a normal modem? Was that a thing that could be done?
Well, yeah, I think that, using it online is sort of, I think that you could use all of the, most of the 8-bit computers online to some degree, as long as you had a modem, in terms of being able to dial into BBSs and things like that. But as far as actual protocols for like Telnet and stuff like that, I don't know if any of that existed. And maybe Curtis might be able to talk more about that, in terms of like the actual networking capabilities of 8-bit computers, or people that are more technically minded than I am. I never did any of that stuff. Somebody feel free to jump in.
Yeah, you can somewhat. I mean, there's some of the ESP things actually have some of the protocols kind of built in, so you're just talking to it as a modem, like you do AT commands to dial a telnet address or something like that. So as long as you have a terminal program that supports like VT100 or whatever the host system wants to do, and you want to run VI or Emacs or something like that remotely, or whatever type thing, or if you have text versions of various things that run Gopher or whatever. I remember doing that on the Coco back in the day, and I know the Atari 8-bits have that type of thing too. Thomas Cherryholmes with his one project there's been doing a lot of that ESP to link onto the internet to get to things too.
Yeah,
so.
I know the original point of the FujiNet was that it was like, how do we build a a network interface for the Atari 8-bit, a Wi-Fi enabled network interface, and it's basically just grown out of that to encompass all of this other stuff like the SD card reader and all of this. It's really ballooned into something far beyond its original scope, but in a very positive way.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, we did do some SLIP stuff. Like, you remember the old SLIP and PPP stuff from back in the old days. SLIP was available on some of the 8-bits back then, so you could do some of the simple networking protocols even natively without having to go through some fancy modem that does the translation for you.
And also, depending upon what you were connected to, you were able to do other things, right? Like back in the day, they had CompuServe and whatnot, right? So regardless of what computer you had, as long as you can connect to CompuServe, you could do whatever functions they had. On the 64, we had like PlayNet and G-Link, and then eventually AOL came online. But if you were connected to this third-party software, right, you were using their stack to do whatever, transfer files, play games.
Yeah, I used to browse like in the 1990s on my Coco in text mode. I used to use links. I'd log into a Unix server and then have a VT52 or VT100 emulation, run links, and I'd surf the web on my Coco. No graphics though, but
old school. School. By the way,
that's because I am old.
Let's we had a couple people sneak in here, just ducked under the curtain. Let's give it up for, first off, our good buddy L. Curtis Boyle. How's it going, Curtis?
Oh, I thought you said your good buddy was Nick Marentes here because he gives you free stuff.
No, he's my gooder buddy. I'm leading up to it. Glad to see you. I guess Coco Talk let out early today, huh?
Oh, no, it's still going. we ditched them for you guys, believe it or not.
Oh, that's great. Well,
yeah, this is more important.
We're awful glad to have you guys on board here. And Boat, excellent work, my friend. We're gonna move down the line here. I think next on my docket here is our good buddy in Arizona, the master of 3D print, David, and then we're going to move on after that to our good buddy, Tinmark. So, Tinmark, you can start prepping, and Dave, you can take the floor, my friend. What do you got for us this time around?
Thanks. So I'm a big fan of playing games, right? And one of the things I have a problem with is configuring my Amiga to play this game or that game, right? And I stumbled upon this thing called HSTWB, and I think it's fantastic. It lets me create images using my Windows box, and I could then take that image and throw it onto my Amiga, right? Just copy it over. It allows me to create a standard image where I've deployed everything. Right. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. I do have a little bit of a presentation. Let me see if I can share screen. Dun, dun, dun. Everybody should be seeing the slideshow right now.
We got it.
Fantastic. So HSTWB 101, what is it? There's a link to the author. The author is Hendrik. Oh, I'm going to get in trouble here. Norfrigen Streingard?
Jump in, Scandinavians. Jump in.
Yeah, we got a lot of them here. They'll be able to interpret that. No problem at all.
This is a Danish guy, I think. It's Henrik Norfjan Stengard.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Edvin, 1 in a million, man. Good work.
Add that one to the soundboard.
So what is it? It's basically an application that allows you on Windows. It can automate the installation of Amiga Kickstart, ROMs, packages, all kinds of stuff. It'll let you install the AMB, the Amiga bootloader, which will in turn then allow you to install other portions such as Best WB, the Best Workbench, Classic Workbench, all kinds of stuff. I'm going to show you guys all this. We've got lots of words here, but it's only going to be a couple minutes. So the first thing it'll install that I really love is the AGS, right? This is the Amiga Game Selector. If you guys haven't seen this, it's a front end that you simply use your joystick, go up and down, play this game, boom, and it launches. It's fantastic. It also installs what's called HST Launcher, which is the same kind of a thing, but for other games, right? Due to some of the functions of the games and what it can and cannot do, some of the front ends cannot load it, right? So it allows you to install multiple front ends. The third one being iGame. I think everyone's familiar with iGame. But in addition to just installing all these packages, it installs all the art, all the bells and whistles, the audio. It's fantastic. I'm going to show you all this stuff. It also lets you create various packages using different components. Best Workbench, the Better Workbench, Classic Workbench. I don't know if you guys are familiar with any of that, but there's 12 different variants. It also lets you automatically install the EAB, WHD demos and games. It's fantastic. It does take a while to do the install, so I'm not going to do the entire install, but I'm going to demo all this. This is awesome, and I'm going to show you some of the setup. I'm trying to talk fast. I'm trying to keep it down to 10 minutes. There's so much stuff here. It'll let you install 3.9. I always wanted to play with 3.19, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. A bong bag? What the hell's a bong bag? I had that in high school, right? But you know what I'm saying. So it'll let you install 3.14. It'll install the update, the icon packs, everything. It's a text.
Okay, David, I do want to stop you because what is a boing bag?
I guess it's an update bag for 3.9. I've never installed 3.9 because it was a pain in the, and I couldn't do it. But I guess it's an update package for 3.9.
That's exactly what they are. Boing Bags came out right after 3.9 came out, and officially Boing Bag 1 and Boing Bag 2 were patches for OS 3.9.
And please, even though I'm talking fast, I'll try and slow down. Anybody has any questions, stop me at any time. So that's all my slides. Let's go into action. I want to show a couple of different images I've created demoing some of those applications. Go over here, 1 second. So everything on the Windows side, I'm actually using WinUAE. I just lost my mouse. Hang on, I'm sorry, guys. Go over to here. I'm going to share screen. I'm going to share this screen. You should see kind of a funky background image.
Yep.
Okay. So let me give it the old reset. When I launch, first I get the Amiga boot selector. This will allow me to choose what I want to go into. Give it a second. Bam, this is the Amiga boot selector. Can everybody see the screen? Let's see if I can
we see it
a little larger. Okay. So
the
from any-
aspect ratio is wrong. Get ready for tons and tons of YouTube nasty comments.
Okay. Sorry.
he was,
I'm just
he was
kidding. You can
yanking
put
your
it back
chain,
there. I don't
Dave.
care.
So
Stretch it out, man.
If I let's see if I could do it like this. No, I can't. Oh, there we go. Is that a little better, guys? I'm gonna have to
There you
reboot it
go.
like 10 times, so I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it left and right. So there is a timer on this, right? So if the timer goes down, it'll automatically launch whatever, right? So this menu is entirely configurable. You can change the order of whatever you want. So the first thing we can launch is the AGS2. Can you get the audio? Are you hearing this?
No.
No, damn. 1 second.
When you do a share screen, there's a little click to enable audio.
you might not
have
have
to
shared
stop and
it.
restart the share.
Yeah.
I do that all the time too.
There you
Yeah,
go.
we hear it now.
Bingo.
Can you hear anything?
Yeah, we got it,
Yep.
dude.
Yeah, we
I
hear
heard
it
nothing.
well.
Yeah, I hear nothing. I hope it's working.
It's
I'm just
working.
gonna keep talking here.
It is.
You see how I can kind of click down? Shows a little demo of everything. This is the bomb. This is the bomb. I gotta stop sharing so I can hear you guys again.
That did look nice. I like that front end.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, we heard you the whole time. Actually, I don't think you could hear us.
Yeah, we could hear you.
We could hear you, and the audio
Yeah, I
was a
can't
bit
hear
loud.
nothing. Jeez, I think I broke everything.
Oh, good. I
That's
won't
what-
be the only one doing that this show then.
So that's what International Computer Club's all about, surely.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna go back
Exactly.
again. So we're not gonna hear any audio. How about that?
Mm.
Sorry, guys.
That's fine.
Let me relaunch it again.
So I'm assuming you need at least a 1200 to run this, given it's got things like iGame and stuff on it.
Yes, you do. I think that's an 020 is the minimum. Yes, sir. That's a fantastic question. Let me start my screen
You
sharing.
better upgrade, Pix.
Might be interesting for me on the Mister.
Okay, so that's the first one, right? But there's also plenty of demos. This is HST. Some games can use the AGS and some can't. All of them have the WHD backend. But this just lets you totally look at all kinds of videos. It uses the default exit keys for WHD load. It's fantastic. This thing is the best. When you quit out of it, it does take your Amiga 10 to 15 seconds more to boot up because you're not actually booting the workbench, right? So the first thing you're booting to is the ABS, the Amiga boot selector.
What kind of Amiga are you using right there, Dave?
This is a 1200 setup. This is a 1200 setup.
All right.
But see, once here's my workbench. Because this installed using a specific package, and I'm trying to talk because I still haven't showed you anything yet. But this installs with all kinds of applications and utilities and whatnot, right? You go into here and you've got all your games. It's got all the iGame, all the graphics. It's beautiful. If you want to launch the ABS from inside of here, you've got it from in here, right? So what's fantastic, you see how you've got like BAT DE and BAT FR? When you do the install, you could tell it to which to install, and then you could tell it everything. I'm going to get to the install in 2 more minutes here. One final thing it'll allow you to do is it'll allow you to install custom setups for custom WinUAE versions. So I set this one up. This is the version I use when I use WinUAE on my Windows box, right? It installs the entire P96. And again, it's like, let's say I'm having a problem with the game. I want to come in and play iGame, everything like this. Now, on top of all of this stuff, everything I've already said, it allows me to create a custom package using existing applications. So let's say, for instance, when I like to install my OS, I like to install, I don't know, what's the I'm going to my packages here. I don't know how to say.
Lionheart.
Yeah,
is the
like
package you're
Picasso. Like
trying to
let's
install.
yeah, like let's say I want to install Picasso or Roadshow or sysinfo. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and I'm going to talk about some of the guts of this. Okay, so the way this works, you download this package, and it's got all kinds of different SH scripts and everything like that. It has full instructions. Let me stop this. Let me share the whole screen. This will help out a little bit better. Right? It's got fully instructions. I'm not going to go over too much of the instructions. I'm just going to show you some of the features because I'm really taking way too much time. Inside of the directory structure here, you've got basically where you would put your Amiga OSs, right? You drop all the ADFs. You've got packages where you put all your kickstarts because for when you to do certain things, you need to install the ROMs. This automatically copies all them over. And then there's also the package where it's called user packages, right? This is all the custom stuff in addition to a standard Workbench install that I want to put in. So here in all my apps, right, I've got my Go ADF, I've got the latest version of Picasso, I've got Roadshow, I've got sysinfo. Inside of here, I set up a entry and it installs all that. It's fantastic. It is so insane. So I've got packages for like the EAB, the WHD load games, right? So there's thousands of games. So when I come out of this install, it automatically installs all of this stuff. Now, let me go ahead and I want to do a quick half of an install, but I screwed up and I got to unzip a file here real quick. So when you download the package from him, it comes with a 32 gig empty CF image, right? He's got multiple packages where you can get a 16 and an 8 and whatever to fit your size. I prefer the 32 gig. What you do is once you unzip everything, sorry, it'll take another second. Once you unzip everything, you drop all of the user packages you want to install in user packages. You simply create a folder for each one, and you create one file in there. I'll show you that file in a second. It's unzipping. And then you run another script, and it creates entries for it. This thing is, I'm simplifying everything, and I don't think I'm doing it justice at all in what it does.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Dave. A couple people have asked, does this come with any kickstarts, and does this come with the games that pretty much it's all pre-baked in? Is that what you're saying?
The part you download from him is a installer. You have to get your own user packages, right? So you have to get your own ROMs. You have to get your own Workbench disks. He provides the shell for you to install. His system will detect what you have and how your version of WinUAE is configured to install things, right? So in order to install 3.9, you have to have a certain ROM, right? So if I let me go ahead and start running the setup here real quick. So back to real quick here on the install, right? So you create a file on here called install directory, right? Oops, wrong one. And in this install directory, all you put is where you want this stuff installed on the Workbench. So I want these installed to DH1 DJZ /DJZ apps, right? The stuff inside of here, this will be installed in here, DJZ Cracktros. I love me some Cracktros, right? Once I've got all of that set up, there's a file in here called build install commands. You just double click that. It finds all the entries and it builds the underlying infrastructure for the HSB installer to install it. So you can see here in the first entry, I've got 12 files. In the second one, Cracktros, I've got 129. In demos, 18. I've got magazines. In the WHD demos, I've got 800. In the games, I've got 4,500 games.
Nice.
Yeah. And it, like I said, it builds that whole front end, man. That whole Amiga game selector takes the simpleness out of everything, right? So once I've got that built, I then go back to the root directory and I install this thing. I double click on the thing called, I also, like I said, you got to go in and you put all your files into everywhere. Then you run this bad boy and it goes through and it identifies everything. Now, he does have a PowerShell script in here that does the same kind of a thing, but I've been having some problems with it. But it is even better. I don't even want to talk about that. It's even more fantastic. So right now, it's checking for the install directory. It's seeing what we have in here. Give it a second. Heinrich, he's a genius. Genius. And I'm sorry, how am I doing on time? Am I?
There's no time limit, Dave. There's no hurry. Take your time, my friend.
It took all night off, so feel free to take your time.
There you go. No said.
Here we go. So it detected. Oops. So I'm going to scroll up to the top here, right? So the first thing it did was it looked in my. It created 2 WinUAE configuration files, right? It found here. It tells me what it installs. It looked through the ADF folders. It found 6 Workbench and 5 Kickstarts. It looked at my image directory to find all this stuff. It looked at my UAE. It got smart, right? So now we do the juice. Now I simply go to my WinUAE. Let me share that in a second. Let me close some of this nonsense. So now when I go to WinUAE, I'll actually have a couple extra configurations. I'll have HSB install. It created these 2. All these others are here. Just don't look behind the screens, right? So I'm going to check the 1200 version. It configures everything for it, and it takes us to the install screen, right? Welcome. It is fantastic. I'll point to some detailed instructions here on the web where this guy walks you through all this, right? So the first thing is it tells you, you got to have this, that, and the other thing, right? And it starts looking in some of those files and detecting everything that we had, right? It's finding Workbench. It's telling you some stuff. Use this, use that. It's telling you what your assigns are going to be. Here where it tells you what packages it currently has. Now, this is tricky, right? My first thought, I said, whoa, look at all these packages. I want all of them, right? No. Bad mistake, right? Well, we'll talk more about that in a second, right? So yeah, these packages look good. At anywhere, there's help all inside of here. This guy is nuts with help. I want to continue with these 17 packages. Right now, it's going to look and it's going to mount my ADFs for what OS, right? It's going to look in some of those folders that I told it to, and bing, bing, bing. Now, when I launched this, I used a 3.14 ROM, so it's not even going to give me the option to do 3.9. But if I would have done a 3. ROM, it would have gave me the option for a 3.9. Anybody smarter know what version 3.9 requires? See, it's not. It's NA.
3.9 just requires the 3.1 ROMs, and then it has a set patch routine where it patches the ROMs in memory in fast RAM. But it uses standard 3.1 ROMs, no problem at all.
But see, it is smart enough. It tells me. Boom. So it detects what it's looking at. This is what I want to install. A12 1200. It'll also install the 1.4 update as well. Right. So I'm going to continue. Oh, my internet connection is unstable. I hope this shows.
Keep on trucking, Dave.
Ask to install it. Bing. Yes. Boom. So here's where it looks and it finds all those ROMs, right? So when you install WHD load, it requires ROMs. This is going to put them all where it needs. A lot of often, yes. Here's it's looking at all my user packages. I'm going to continue. Yes. I'm not going to install any of these because that's going to be hours. I'm just going to walk you through all much. Give me an update here, boys. Tells me this is your last chance. Do now or die. Do I want to install glow icons? Glow icons. Tells me glow icons look best. I do love pale. I'm a pale man. You guys, sorry, Doug. I know but I love pale. Here we go. It's loading in the
win.
It's loading all the junk.
Can you guys explain that? Because I have no idea what you're talking about. Why do people not like that?
Because most of the game and everything was geared toward. I mean, if I don't know if everything pale played fine while I was in an NTSC mode, I wouldn't care. But if you're in a pale if you're in NTSC mode and you play a PAL game, it just doesn't play right. It's sped up wrong, right? Doug, you're smart. Back me up here, sir.
All right. As long as you've got at least Kickstart 2.x and Workbench 2.x, any Amiga can boot into either NTSC or PAL mode. Hold down 2 mouse buttons. You can choose which mode you go in. I can play PAL games all day long on my NTSC Amigas. No issues at all. But NTSC is far superior because I'm American.
So
thanks,
so
Doug. You explained it perfectly.
Yeah. So anyway, so it's be some junk it did, and I'm gonna go ahead and enter to continue. Putting in the ROMs, enter continue. Actually rebooting. You can't really see this. Give it a second. He does switch a lot between click here, enter. This whole I would like to be able to like load up all my settings and just set it and forget it. Bam. I'm working on that. Part 2. I'm trying to, we're almost done here. So here is where the only confusing part in the whole system, right? So all this stuff, yeah, install all packages, bad consequences. Found is it works depending upon what you want to do. I'm going to just unclick all this stuff. So if you want the full Amiga boot selector, everything like that, you need to install this HSTWB and Better Workbench. You also need to click off whether you've got AGA or an OCS version, this version, because this you'll have to install this EAB packs. They're downloadable. You got to go to the EAB and they're there. For this installation, I'm not going to do those, right? But when you go through here, now the problem I had, right? I kept clicking, okay, if you got to click this down here and you click start package installation. Almost done. Give me one
So
more.
you had to scroll down
right
a little bit, right? That was,
yeah,
you couldn't see
it was
it.
so brutal.
So that's the key.
Days.
Yeah, that's the linchpin right there. You had to scroll down a little bit. So that's, if you're watching at home, there you go. That is right there, the meat and potatoes. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. So right here, now we decide which packages we want to install. Now, just for quickness, I'm just going to install 2 of these. This will be another just quick minute, right? It looks, oh, I should have showed the other one. So it looks in when you ran the package to itemize all of them, it determines what hardware to run as well as the language. So like, let's say you don't want any of the English ones. Let's say you don't speak English, right? You only want the French versions. You can do that. So right here, you can see it starts going through and installing everything. This is everything I told it in the user install package. Let me go back over here. Inside of here. So inside of here, there were 12 entries. One of them was this AGA 2. These are just LHAs that I downloaded right off the internet. We're on the P's. I also like Picasso 96. But once I have this image, I can then burn this to a standard SD card, just load it out of my Amiga. It's fantastic. That's the meat and the potatoes. This thing's just going to keep installing. Unless you guys want to see the end reason. I feel like I'm sucking all the time out of everything.
No. This is quite good. Where was this when I was putting together my setup? It would have saved me a lot of time. Now, I guess the $1,000,000 question, Dave, is where would one obtain these miraculous files?
Oh, they're easy. Just go to EAB. What does it mean? There's a board, EAB board, right? What's the English Amiga board?
English Amiga board.
Right.
Yeah, they got it. You just sign up there and you create it. They got links to them. It's a Google Drive. It's boom, 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 boom.
Well said.
Or there's, you can
That's
also
a good way to put it, David. Yeah.
You could also go to dark web. I'm sure there's like torrents of them and stuff, but this is the real, I love Dune. They've got a whole, they are a little touchy feely. There was a whole big thing they had later. They shut everything down like a month or 2 ago. So I don't know if they brought everything back up, but there's everybody's favorite. It came from the desert.
Now, do you remember the guy's name that is behind this particular project, Dave?
Hendrik. I can go back.
Yeah,
let me go back to his. Let me go back to my PowerPoint.
Horgen Schlufen.
Yes, sir. Hendrik Norfen and like I said, I'll put the links in the let me just drop that in there right now.
If you could put that in the Twitch chat, because we've had a lot of people asking about it. You've won them over, Dave. I will say that.
This thing
I'm
is.
gonna have to check this out myself. It looks quite good.
This
You
is
won't be able
really
to put it in the Twitch chat because links are banned in Twitch
Yeah,
chat.
you just Google Henrik Amiga install.
I'll put it in the Discord here.
Can I ask you a quick question,
Kola
Dave?
already did.
Yes, love questions. Yeah. If you guys want to
Okay.
keep talking about it, I'm a
So
chatter.
why would anybody choose something like Tiny Launcher over this?
Because they don't know about it. Because this guy doesn't have a good marketing department. I don't know.
So there really isn't a
cried when
reason.
I cried when you did that demo of Tiny Launcher. You just did it. I cried. Right. So look, I just created this thing. See, I said I want to do nothing. I just want to go to directory opus. Boom, 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 boom. Look at this.
Tiny Launcher is cute, fast. It gets you where you're going very quickly with very little overhead. So I think there's advantages to that. If you just want to have a machine where you can just boot up and see some games or see some demos, boom, 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 boom. It doesn't require a lot of thinking. This is much more in-depth and involved, something more like I'd want to absolutely get into. Big meat and potatoes type of stuff. Well, it does have a good front end too, I'm sure, for launching games, but I think Tiny Launcher is probably simpler.
Okay, thanks.
And you'll need a more powerful Amiga to do this with as well. So
a stock 1200 can do this.
Oh yeah, but you wouldn't be able to do it on a 1000 or a 500 or a 600.
If you have any kind of, I've got a 1000 that's enhanced. That Doug's 1000 can run this no problem.
Yeah. It'd run it.
I mean, you can't. I can hear music. Dun, 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 dun. AGA. Anybody love the AGA? It's. I'm a huge fan of this thing. I mean,
Vote loves AGA. Just any AGA game that you have, just play it for Vote.
Just fire them up all in
loves it.
sequence.
Bo's
There's
turning
lovely gradient.
He's turning the corner here. Come on.
I can hear fantastic
better.
noise. Let's see if I can.
Beautiful, man. Hey, I think there's a lot of people interested in that, Dave. So make sure you post something about that on the chat. Make sure you post that link on the in the.
Can you hear it?
Oh, we can hear it.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Welcome to.
I mean,
it's Bo's favorite.
This thing is just. I don't know why you use Tiny Launcher.
This is certainly prettier than Tiny Launcher. There's no doubt about that. Continue.
I lost my reset button.
Good stuff. Good stuff, Dave.
Yeah. I'll put links in there for anybody. And it's fantastic.
Very good.
I love it.
Great.
Sorry I took so long, guys.
No.
I'm definitely gonna play with that. That looks awesome.
Yeah, that looks real good, Dave.
Okay, I have officially unblocked people from posting links in the chat. So yeah, Dave, please post the links up to that in the chat there.
Good job.
Yes, sir.
Nice
Yeah,
work.
then it'll be recorded as part of the show for people to do afterwards too. So.
Yes, very good. Very good. Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right.
I think it's particularly clever. I think it's particularly clever because it does use your own ROMs and your own version of the OS. And it's not like some of the other ones who've gotten in trouble for bundling the ROMs and the OS with it.
Right.
They've had to be taken down. This one's completely harmless. Here's the front end. Here's all the back end stuff to get it running. All you have to do is provide the legal software and we're golden. And so it's relatively harmless as far as copyright infringement goes.
Yes, that is key, especially nowadays, because these guys are a little litigious, as you know, Doug. All right, speaking of Doug, you are on deck, my friend. We're gonna switch over now. Our good buddy Doug hosts a tremendous show, 10 Mark. If you haven't seen it before, you must be living under a rock. He's always into some wacky Amiga action and occasionally some wacky Commodore action.
Don't forget his wacky pet action either.
Occasionally that as well, pet action. So, Doug, what do you have for us tonight?
Today, I want to talk about getting your Commodore 64 or any of your Commodore 8-bits on basically the internet but more precisely allowing you to telnet into modern BBSs, which there are still an absolute ton of. And I want to do that today on my SX64. And I'll spend a minute talking to you about the SX64 because it is such a charming, charming little computer.
I'm super pumped about this.
Me
Doug.
too.
I
I've been
cannot
wanting to
wait
see one of
the
these. Yeah.
SS64 in action.
We'll let this focus in there. Perfect. Okay, so this is the SX64 itself here. It has a built-in 5-inch full-color screen.
Hey, Doug. I hate to interrupt you. Is there any way that you can increase your volume either by moving yourself closer to the mic or adjusting something on your computer?
Sure. Let's see what we got here.
And he's gone. Thanks, Boat.
My plan works. Ha!
Rage quit.
Give me just a second. I'll boost my mic.
And time's up. Next speaker.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, she's boosted about as loud as she'll go right now.
You sound fine, Doug.
That sounds great, man. Keep going.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. So the SX64, 5-inch full color screen, built-in integrated 5.25-inch 1541 floppy, and most importantly, you've got a little storage holder here, so you can put your little floppy disks in there, or your pack of cigarettes, or whatever you want to do. Because
a sandwich for lunch.
It is the 80s after all, so we do that kind of stuff. It has a little secret door where you can control the brightness and contrast and vertical hold of your little color screen, since it is a CRT. It has a reset button in here, but unfortunately it does not reset the C64. It only resets the 1541 drive in case it goes squirrely on you. So let's power it up, take a little closer look at it. It has this little
it's easily removable.
There we go.
According to the documentation.
Yeah. This little handle right here turns into a carrying handle. So you can actually flip this right up in its top and carry it with this little handle. And then when you're not using it as a handle, it's a handy little kickstand for your actual unit.
Microsoft, not inventors of the kickstand, despite what they'd have you believe.
Yep. It fully Commodore 64 compatible, 100% Commodore 64 compatible. It has a cartridge slot right on the top there. In my case, I've got the nice fast load cartridge. Not only does that speed up the disk access, but it actually gives a reset switch for actually resetting the unit, which is really nice. If you got a Commodore 64, you know it can be sometimes a pain having to manually turn it on and off. The keyboard is external, and it's a nice full stroke keyboard.
Yeah, looks like a full size keyboard there.
It is full function keyboard. This is not the original cable. It normally comes with a very nice thin cable that attaches to it, but when I bought it, they didn't have that cable. And the keyboard snaps right on the front. So when you go and take this thing with you, you take it to Starbucks to get online, the keyboard will just snap. Whoops, I got the door open, that's why. Right on the front. And you pull the handle up, you carry this thing right with you. Absolutely tremendous.
It's beautiful, beautiful.
Yep. On the back, it's got some expansion capabilities back here. You've got power here. You've got a monitor port, so you can plug it into an external monitor, which is nice. You can hook up an additional, like a 1541 drive or a 1581, and it has a user port for the modem, which is what we're going to be plugging into here in a minute. The only thing that this is really missing is a data set port for plugging a cassette drive in. But since this was fairly American at its inception and we didn't use that many data sets, it wasn't a big loss. It really wasn't a big loss. But today, what I want to talk about with it is getting this little guy on the internet. And the way that we do that is with a Wi-Fi modem that works on any of your Commodore 8-bit machines. I don't care if it's a VIC-20, which I had online yesterday, Commodore 128, +4, they all have the same user port on them. So what these are these are user port adapters that have a Wi-Fi modem built right on it. This particular one is from Commodore Forever. His name is John. Fantastic guy in South Carolina, and he has a shop, CommodoreForever.net. All kinds of cool Commodore 8-bit stuff, and he's expanding to more than just Commodore stuff now, which is kind of nice. So this little guy here can get its power either from the user port, or you can plug a USB into it, just like your FujiNet, John, where sometimes the particular Commodore may not provide enough power to it. You can always plug it in USB and you're golden. You also have a switch for 9600 baud or 2400 baud or slower. Now, Commodore 64s and the other machines in the line can't normally do 9600 baud. Their serial ports can't handle it. But somebody came up with a couple of years back some kind of magic jiggery pokery to trick it into working at a full 9600 baud, which is really cool. And when you're talking to BBS, that's actually really fast. Now, for you Commodore 128 users, and I'm a big Commodore 128 fan. There's my my Commodore 128D, my desktop. Because of the fast floppy drives in the Commodore 128 line, they're 5 times faster than the Commodore 64. The 9600 baud doesn't work in there, so you have to slow it down to a measly 2400 baud when you use it in a Commodore 128. No big deal. It still works absolutely perfect. Today, I'm keeping it in 2400 baud mode because it is more compatible in that mode. She just plugs right into the user port right in the back. Make sure she's off. That would be embarrassing if I plugged that in with the power on. There. You can't even see it when it's turned around. So you take this thing to Starbucks, your portable computer, plug it in. You can get online at Starbucks now and do all your BBSing. And it's exactly the same as carrying a nice little laptop with you. No difference at all. Sure. All right, I'm going to power her back up. And we're going to switch screens, and we're going to take a look at how this works online. Now, I was a big BBS user back in the day. Back in the 80s, I was on BBSs all the time, starting with my VIC-20, where I had a 300 baud modem. And then I ultimately got a 1200 baud modem for my Commodore 64. Still have it. I was on BBSs all the time. I would be sharing things with my friends, downloading software, but strangely enough, I never downloaded any pirated software on the Commodore 64. I had some when I bought the Commodore 64 off a friend. He gave me a big box of software to go with it that had some pirated software, but seriously, I'm strange. I never traded software with any of my friends, with any of the user groups I was in. I bought everything that I wanted. I was a strange child. I just don't get it. But
okay, I downloaded enough for both of us. I got you covered.
Yeah, we have you distributed backups here.
The median, we're there.
Yep. Now, what I like to use for getting the machine online, and what you should use to at least get it set up, is this program called CCGMS. It's a completely free, basically it's a telnet program that was created a couple of years ago and is still updated to this day. So we'll just load that up, and it'll load pretty quick because I have my fast load cartridge in here. Without the Epix fast load cartridge I have, it would take probably 3.5, 4 minutes for this to load. But in our case, it should just be a couple of seconds. There we go. Now, when you get to your main CCGMS screen, we hit F7, and we can tell it what kind of modem we have. In this case, we've got user port modem, full duplex, 2400 baud, but I could go up and change this if I wanted to, let's see, modem type. There it is, UP9600. So if you want to use this device at 9600 baud on your Commodore 64, you would choose that particular device, and then you could change the baud rate up to 9600, which is really, really cool. And we'll switch it back to user port 2400. All right. Now, in this program, you can also save an address book of BBSs that you normally go to, but I won't do that. Now, from here, you have to, once you set up the modem initially, you have to tell it what your SSID is and what your password is. And it actually works with just about any kind of encryption, which is really kind of amazing on a Commodore 64. You know, you'd figure maybe it would work with the older web encryption, but not the newer stuff. No, it works with all of it. The caveats are, and something to be aware of, is it does not want any special characters in either the name of the wireless network or in the encryption code. So if you're putting all kinds of symbols and underscores and things that the Commodore 64 can't handle, it probably won't work. So I just created a guest network with a simpler password and a simpler SSID. So you'd give it a command, basically an AT command. If you guys remember using modems back in the day, AT and SSID equals the name of your darn network, and then another AT command to give it the encryption, and it saves all that. It saves it right in the device. So when I unplug this device and I go plug it into my Commodore 128, or I plug it into my VIC-20 or whatnot, it remembers my wireless network, and I don't have to reprogram it every single time. So to get online, we give it a command, ATC1. And now you see it's connecting to SSID Potato, which is the name of my wireless network. And there's a story behind that. My stepson, when he was 14, when he lived with his mother, they had a really, really slow DSL. I mean, horribly slow. And every time he would get online with it, with his PS4, he'd say, I hate this potato Wi-Fi. And so I've named my network Potato Wi-Fi. So now, once you're connected, you have an actual IP address on this device. Now, from here, you can use a telnet program to connect to any BBS out there that's using telnet. It's not dialing it through the phone, but as far as your Commodore 64 knows, it is dialing it through a phone. You use standard ADDT commands, which is a command to dial your phone. But in this case, you give it the name of the network you're connecting to, particlesbbs.dynDNS.org. Then you give it the port number. Now, the normal telnet port number is 23, but nobody puts their BBSs on port 23 because, it's too easy to get port scanned. And so they've kind of defaulted to using higher end ports, and a lot of times 6400. Hit the enter key. Oh, and of course, it's busy. They do still get busy sometimes. Particles has multiple connections. He's running it on his Commodore 128, I believe, actually running on it as 128. And so he's got like 4 or 5 connections he can have simultaneously, and that one's full. So instead, we're going to go to Commodore Kaz's board, which is skynetbbs.dynu.net:6400. Hey, look at that. Are you using a Commodore Graphics Terminal program? If you say no, this will all come up in just standard, like an ANSI mode or a plain text mode. But since we told it Commodore Graphics, it's coming up, and you see our buddy the Terminator right on there in full color Commodore Graphics.
Nice.
Now, yep. Now, if you're using a Commodore 128 with, hold on, thinking about my password here. You guys can't know what my password is. It's super secret. It's just a bunch of asterisks. That's all my password is. But if you're using a Commodore 128 in 80 column mode, you can use a telnet program there, and you get full 80 column, full color Commodore graphics. Looks fantastic, but still nice here. And if you guys have used BBSs back in the day, you can send emails back and forth to each other. You can read bulletin boards, which is what we all used to do before things like Discord. Discord is just a big bulletin board system where you go on there and you've got subgroups, just like this place has subgroups, different areas of interest. You have bulletin boards for movies. You have in this same session, you've got bulletin boards for Texas Instruments computers, bulletin boards for PCs, and you can go and chat with all your friends on these bulletin board systems, just like we're doing on Discord today, or even on Twitter today. So we'll go read a few messages here. No new messages. See, here's an example of the different kinds of things that we're talking about. There's general chat, Commodore talk, movies, sports, news, and it's telling me that there's one new message in Commodore in general chat. Let's see what they have to say here. Better be exciting. Read and let's start at 5:20. There we go. A message from Kaz. So far, these are really boring messages. Let's get in. America must be destroyed is the subject. Oh, this guy's connecting on his Mister, and he connected to a BBS using his Mister, which is actually kind of cool. This guy's using a bread box with a 1701 and a 1571 drive. Oh, here's some jerk named Tenmark. What does he have? All kinds of exciting things going on. Glad you could connect back up and join in. I'm connecting tonight with my SX64 and a Wi-Fi modem. Fun stuff. And then you go and you reply to these messages just like you would with a BBS back in the day. 300 users. That's pretty cool. Now, there's also online games on a lot of these boards. There's card games, there's RPG games where you can sometimes play online with other players, or sometimes you're just playing by yourself while you're online. There's this one card game called Power Poker I've been playing a lot of on Particles BBS. Totally addictive, where you've got this grid of like a 5x5 grid, and they deal out the card, and you have to put the cards on the grid and try to make as many hands all over the grid as you can. Really super addicting, super fun. You can upload and download files. So if you are the pirating type, you're going to have all kinds of files that you can download, whether they're new games, demos, text files. On Particles BBS, I'll use that as an example again. They have an archive of a text-based Amiga magazine that ran from about 1994 through about 2006. And when I say text-based magazine, it's just text, but it's like 30, 40 pages long. And you can go on here and you can read archives month after month of these awesome magazines. I was reading one the other day from 2001 that was talking about Amiga Inc., I think they were called at the time, and their big plans for new motherboards and Amiga OS 4.1 and the Amiga 5000. And it was really, really cool to go back and look at these time capsules of the kinds of things we were talking about and discussing 10, 15, 20 years ago. Just absolutely amazing. Lot of fun. There are probably about 15 or 20 BBSs that are run right on Commodore 64s or Commodore 128s. I've checked out maybe half a dozen of them. They're all really cool. I'll go back to Particles again because that's probably the biggest one. Your buddies from Pixel Gaiden, Eric, he spends a lot of time on the Particles BBS and a couple others. Every couple of days he shows up on there. But there are 15 or 20 of them out there that are running on the real hardware. And your Commodore 64 or whatever machine you're using can connect to all of the boards that aren't run on Commodore equipment, in which case we've got hundreds of them out there running on PCs, running on Linux boxes, running on people's Raspberry Pis.
And Doug, have you seen anybody from the Atari 8-bit world connecting to the Particles BBS?
We automatically just cancel their accounts. They're done.
Probably a good move. Probably a good move.
Yes, and there are Atari sections on there. But yes, the Atari series can connect up to BBSs without any issues at all, and your FujiNet would be able to get on there right away. All you need to do is get a good Telnet client and connect just like I did, and you're in like Flynn.
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to pursue that. That sounds awesome.
Yeah. I hooked up my VIC-20 the other day. I don't know if there's many VIC-20 users in here, but it was my first computer I owned. Absolutely beautiful machine, 22 columns of glorious text. But there's a program called VicTerm on it that's available, and it actually gives you a 40-column mode that you can BBS or Telnet in a 40-column mode. So I was able to connect up with my VIC-20, 3.5 kilobytes of RAM, and browse the BBSs, look at all the files, play some games. Absolutely amazing, and a tremendous amount of fun. Just on a side note, I just got kicked off the board because I haven't done anything. There are other devices that are available. This is called the 64 Nik Plus. This will work on a Commodore 64 or a Commodore 128, and it has an actual networking interface. I think you can see that. Yeah, it's got an actual Ethernet interface on it. So this little guy will hook up via Ethernet, and it works in the same way. You can get a Telnet client. You can connect to BBSs over Telnet, but probably 4 or 5 times faster than the standard modem, because you're working closer to Ethernet speeds, and you're using the cartridge slot instead of the user port, so it runs faster. This little thing is clever. They're about $60 because you can also add a ROM to it. I think it's up to, a 256K ROM, and divide it up into 16K sections and have like 16K games on the ROM that you can switch between and launch right from your 64 Nik Plus. So if you want to get more serious into getting online with your Commodore 8-bit, this works. Now I'm going to be doing a show in a couple of weeks all about getting your Commodore 8-bits online. And in that, I'm going to be showing you a program called Contiki. I won't show it to you today, but what it can do is it actually will get you on the web. You can actually do web browsing on a Commodore 64, albeit text-based web browsing, but web browsing nonetheless. You can get on my 10mark website and see the text just fine. Hit the hyperlinks just fine. Go between.
Have you experimented with Discord on that? Can you get on Discord? Because I mean, Discord's primarily text, right?
I think there used to be a text-based or a mobile-based Discord server connection where you could connect with a mobile device that would probably at least almost function. They used to have a Twitter client for Contiki, but Twitter changed its protocols and it doesn't really work well anymore. But browsing the web, setting up basic email, that works. There's FTP clients for it. It's kind of cool, but I'll do a whole show on that. So it's fun. I enjoy it. It's really a fun use of my time.
Now, let me ask you a question, Doug. Is Particles the most active BBS that you found through your perusals?
It is, Boat, and it is because it's been running basically nonstop since 1992. This guy's had his bulletin board running in one form or another on Commodore equipment since 1992. $50. Absolutely. Absolutely. I used my VIC-20 and my C64, and then ultimately my Amiga. I used Baud Bandit on my Amiga. That was a great BBSing program. Yep.
Yeah, I was a huge BBS. No, I was 5. I wasn't doing anything.
I had one of the first modem I had. You had to like dial, and instead of a audio coupler, you would dial it and you would disconnect the handset and then plug that in.
Yeah.
And we were able to jump from 300 to 450 baud out of, and we got away. We thought we were cool because some modems couldn't do the 450.
Yep.
The anyone that says they were a BBS, and I saw Graham raise his hand, we've all indicted ourselves as old men. That's the problem, unfortunately. But
I
hey,
prefer to say experienced.
yeah, that's it. It's neat that the BBS experience is sort of coming back around. You guys have heard me talk about it, I'm sure, on the Amigos, but there was something special about logging those BBSs back in the day when you were a kid.
I started with a 1200 down, 75 up modem, which was pretty common over here. It was a bit later than most, but it was 85, 86 that I had my first one.
Yeah, I had
and then I went to 2400.
I started with a 300, the old modem IB for the Coco back in the day. It's the old bit where you had to dial up the phone manually, then you had to flip the old switch.
Which, originate answer.
That's right. I used to love it. I mean, how many times, I'm sure all y'all that are BBS know this feeling. You dial the number, and you're getting ready to hit the switch, or you're getting ready for that thing to hit the handshake, and you hear someone go, hello, in a sleepy voice. Whoops, that BBS must be down.
Yeah. Or you were on there, and suddenly your mom picked up the phone downstairs.
Yep.
What is this racket?
And remember when call waiting kicked in? You had to dial out. If you're in the States, 1170, or you're in trouble.
Yep.
We're all old. I'm sorry to say.
This is an absolutely true story. I have spent in the past week several hours on BBSs because I'm getting ready to do a show on it and everything, and I was going to do this on it. So I've been spending a lot of time practicing with it, and it was getting late at night. It was probably 11:30 at night. I was on one of the BBSs, just tooling away, and it locked up on me. The screen froze up on me, and it wasn't sending anything down anymore. And my brain immediately, without hesitation, the thought through my head was, oh my God, did somebody pick up the phone? And then I'm like, Douglas, you're on freaking Wi-Fi. It's 2020, you idiot.
I love it. I love that, though. That's good stuff, Doug. Excellent.
I wasn't even drinking.
That's the problem. Good, excellent stuff. And I want to, once again, because obviously this is coming up in a future show. If you haven't caught 10 Mark's show, 10-minute Amiga Retrocast, or his, what was it? Is it Chicken Lips? Am I getting that right?
Chicken Head Chronicles.
Chicken Head, yeah.
Someday, Aaron, you'll get this right.
Yeah, I will say, again, I've mentioned this. I'm not a C64 guy. Well, I guess I am. I got one sitting right here. But I enjoyed, I don't know why, your wacky, intrepid adventures in figuring out what happened to your 80 column on the 128 appealed to me. But I found that show fascinating in a geeky way as you tried to figure that out. So please, check out Doug over there on his show. It's great. Check out his channel. Doug's a great guy. He's everywhere. He's all over the place. Good job, Doug. I also want to say, along the lines of what Doug was talking about, my good buddy Simulant sent me one of these Wi-Fi modems to try out. In fact, here it is. I'm going to show it on the screen here. And this is a nice little piece of work here. It's all 3D printed and stuff. So he's one of our Discord buddies. He's got his hands in all kinds of pies. So if you're interested in hooking one of these up, I'd put him on the list too. He does good work over there. These things are great.
Simulant is also the man behind the new Amiga Addict magazine.
Oh, thank you, Bo. I'm glad you mentioned that. Good.
Yeah, that is now going to be shipped soon to backers all over the world.
Yeah.
But if you want to get in, there's still time. So check out Amiga Addict magazine, featuring an article about none other than the legendary Amiga game Fury of the Furries, written by yours truly.
Oh my gosh, shameless self-plug, Bo.
I've never been known to do that.
Holy moly. All right, we're going to move down the line here. Now, the next presenter here, really, if you're a Coco fan, he needs no introduction. It's our good buddy, Nik Marentes. Nick, what do you have? Yeah, I know. I surprised, Nick. It's your turn.
Yeah. Okay.
Nick is a programming genius. He's also got a bitchin' accent. we're going to turn it over to him and let him take care of business. Nick, what do you got for us tonight, my friend?
Well, I've spent a lot of my part-time working on a piece of hardware for the color computer. I normally just program games, but every now and then I like to dabble a little bit on the hardware. So I don't know how familiar people are who are on the show here about the Coco, but I made a bit of a video that's sort of because I'm a bad talker, so I figured I'd make a video that would explain it, introduce it, and introduce the problem I was trying to solve and what I'm currently working on that. And then I can answer questions at the end of it. So
okay,
if I could just get this video going, that'll explain things, what it's about. So wait till I just find the right buttons to press. I guess first thing is to hit the share button, and that.
Don't forget your audio.
I'm checking that now. Now you
Aaron,
should
can you
be
make sure that
seeing.
you share? There we go.
Yeah. Oh, did I hit the wrong one? I think I hit the wrong one. Hang on. Let me do it one more time.
This software is not the easiest to negotiate.
By the way, Coco Talk is finally ending just now.
No.
Yeah.
God.
All right, now is it?
Holy cow!
So
Holy
you
cow!
can see this glorious black screen.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's all I've done. So that's my talk over.
It's not green.
No. So I'll start the video and I'll let myself rattle on, and that'll explain what the hell I'm doing.
All right.
Okay. The Coco is a great computer. I'll just pause there. Can you hear my voice talking in the video?
We can.
Yes.
Okay. So we're good to go. It was low cost, had a powerful extended basic and advanced 6809 processor. When Tandy released the Coco 3 in 1986, some of the original design's limitations were addressed, such as better graphics with more resolution and color, faster speed, and bigger memory. Unfortunately, one area remained a weak point for the system to this very day: sound. The Coco was never given a sound chip as standard like many of the competing systems of the day. All we had was a single 6-bit digital to analog converter, or DAC. In the Coco 3, Tandy did provide a faster CPU and the programmable timer interrupt, which went a long way to circumvent some of the limitation. But it did require the CPU to achieve this sound, and one of the biggest omissions in many games is the lack of a high-quality musical soundtrack during gameplay. Over the years, there have been many add-on sound devices created containing a dedicated sound chip, but these had their problems too. Apart from the added cost of the sound device, you usually required the additional cost of a multi-pack interface in order to have both a disk drive and the sound device to operate together. The lack of a standard sound chip in the Coco has meant support for these add-ons has never reached a high quality. I personally have preferred to support the standard 6-bit DAC built into every Coco, so that my games sound the same on every Coco and is available for every user of that system. But I have been thinking about what sound device I would personally like to see for the Coco that would create the sound that I would like to hear with the ease I would like to use. So, as a side project over the last 12 months, I have come up with my idea of a sound device, and with the electronic skills of Jim Brain of Retro Innovations, we have created a prototype that brings these ideas together in a device we are calling the Real Audio Pack, or RAP cartridge. My goals for this device are: 1. Play real music. 2. Be easy to compose. 3. Allow the playback of this real music and Coco generated sound. 4. Be easy to use even within BASIC. 5. Provide the option to put a game in ROM for standalone use. 6. Be usable as a sound card via various programs on disc or tape. And 7. Lastly, low cost and affordable. I will cover these goals in more detail after this video. Let me now demonstrate what this card sounds like when applied to my recent game Gunstar.
Oh yeah.
Aaron's favorite level.
That is stunning, if I may say. I'm as stunned as I've ever been. I'm just going to jump in here and say it. I can't believe it.
Anyway, that's the video. The whole reason I wanted to do this is because I'm a big Amiga fan. I do have an Amiga as well, and I've always wanted to do what is quite common on the Amiga, and that is to have a game with a great soundtrack in the background.
It's not that common, Nick. It's not that common.
No, on the Amiga it is. Well, I've got quite a few games that have that. So I was wondering, oh, how can I get a little lowly 8-bit 1.7 megahertz color computer with no sound chip to do the same? So that was the thinking that I was trying to get, and that's what I'm working on, and hopefully I've succeeded. So basically, that hardware has well, the main things on that hardware is a little standalone MP3 player. There's a little MP3 player module on that board, which has its own little micro SD card. So you actually transfer your MP3 files onto that card. So it doesn't take up any memory of the color computer. And the color computer can control that MP3 player. You can turn it on, off, change between folders, pick a song, vary the volume, whatever. So the Coco is in control. As well as that, it's also got its own onboard DAC, which is like a replica of this gets more technical why I've done this, but I won't go into detail. But basically, it's got two 8-bit DACs as well, in order to be able to channel the old sound from the Coco to the card, then mix the Coco sounds with the MP3, feed them back in so that they're all together. You've got Coco sound effects as well as an MP3 soundtrack all in one. And as well on that cartridge is 512K of flash memory. So the idea being is the card could also act as a standalone game cartridge. So it's a game cartridge that will load up to 512K of program, as well as having its own onboard sound.
Yeah. So this is the same strategy that Nintendo used with their NES, where you have very modest, internal hardware, but then you just bootstrap all of this extra stuff to the cartridges to give them all of this extra power, to where the cartridge itself is actually more powerful than the internal junk in the system.
Yeah. So this cartridge, it's fairly low cost. Oh well, I'm hoping it'll be $30 to $40. But it'll be a standalone game cartridge. You can just plug it in and go. Nothing extra needed on the computer. It's just plug it in and go. But if you have in the video I showed that multi-pack interface, which is a bus expansion like you have on so many other computers, you can have that plugged in with your disk controller and then use that game cartridge as a sound card as well. So you can write software which will load from floppy, or even
STC or whatever. Yeah.
Yes, the floppy, the SD cards, or programmed even in BASIC for that matter to control this MP3 player, and use that card that way as a separate sound card. So it's not just a game cartridge; it is actually a sound enhancement. So that's basically what I've been doing in the background.
I gotta tell you, I'm speechless, stunned at this. When you fired that up, I did not expect that. That is outstanding work. I mean, that is unbelievable. And the hardware you're saying is going to be, you think, is going to be cheap enough to where you could put this into cartridges and sell individual games with the hardware in it. Is that what I'm hearing here?
Yes, yeah, that's the idea.
That's outstanding. I mean, that's like a whole new ball game of Coco software, that the likes of which no one's ever seen. I mean, am I off my nut here, Curtis, or am I getting this right?
No, you're pretty well right. I mean, you can use it as a sound card, like you said. You can actually write disk-based games that call the stuff on the card too.
Right.
One thing that doesn't really come good on the YouTube version of the video too is that the two DACs are stereo. And actually, in Gunstar, as a quick demo, if you move to the left and fire, it comes in your left speaker in your headphone. If you move to the right and fire, it comes on the right. So it's actually doing some panning back and forth too.
Does the card have its own outputs for sound? Or do these feed through?
It does. Yeah,
okay. It does both. You can feed it through the Coco, or you can come through the headphone jack.
Really?
It sends all the sounds back into the Coco, so they come out the way they normally come out, which is just through a mono speaker on your monitor, say.
Right.
But because the MP3 player does play stereo CD quality, 44 kilohertz sound, as well as the stereo DACs for, stereo Coco sound, I do provide on that circuit a headphone jack. So when you plug into that, you send the full stereo out to better speakers, say an amplifier or whatever, and you get the full effect then.
Wow.
But otherwise it's standalone. You can just plug it in and go.
Plug
and pray.
That's amazing. Now, Nick, did you say you worked with somebody on this, or is this all you?
Yeah, Jim Brain, who's actually done a lot of Commodore 64 hardware as well.
He shows up in Coco Talk sometimes, right? We've seen some of his stuff. Yeah.
So I'm more of a software guy, but I had the idea for the cartridge, but of course I don't know how to do the electronics.
Right.
So that's where I called upon Jim Brain to help me out with that. So he designed the electronics. The whole thing is based on there's a little MP3 player module which you can buy for, I don't know, $6 or whatever it is. So they're very, very cheap. And that's what I've interfaced to that card.
Yeah.
And you just send pokes if you want. If you're using it from BASIC, you can just send pokes to the card to control the MP3 player, which means you could write in BASIC a little MP3 player program which allows you to change tracks and alter volume and set loop and whatever, or just in basic, it's no real. And of course, once it starts playing, you can get rid of the software and do other things on your computer, and the MP3 player will keep playing. And so you can have music playing in the background of anything else.
Who'd have thunk it that the humble Coco would have the ability to play such tunage? Now, let me ask you one more thing, Nick. Are your plans for this incredible design here? Do you plan? Is this going to be some kind of standalone hardware sound card? Are you going to market it? Are you going to put it in games? What are your thoughts? Do you know where you're going to go from here now that you've got the circuit down?
Well, I probably won't be the one selling the game. I mean, I'm just giving that to Jim Brain to you know, he makes the cards, he designed it, he makes the cards, he can sell the card. My goal hopefully is if enough people buy the card, it means I can write software for that card. So I'm sort of creating my own market, hopefully.
Very good. Wow.
Because I've always wanted to see games on the Coco that sound like an Amiga.
Right. Yeah, well, I think you guys have put something together here that can pull it off, because that was stunning. I really have to say.
I'd like to ask one quick question. So I'm not a Coco familiar too much. I think there are multiple versions of the Coco. Is this available with all the same version?
Actually,
or
well, I've got a Coco 3, which is the last model, but I think the circuit does work on even the Coco 1s and 2s. It's not specific to that. But yeah, I use a Coco 3.
So this is something to look out for in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
Very.
I mean, that's right. It should work the same on the Coco 1 and 2, because you can control it just by poking things to it, and that's it.
Hey, Nick, while you're on here, why don't you plug your website? Nick is a prolific software creator and has done some outstanding things. What's your site's what's your web address there, Nick?
If you go to www.nikmarentes, that's NICKMARENTES.com.au.
There you go.
Oh, no, just .com. Sorry, we don't need the AU.
There you go. And Nick also has some good. So he has some good clothes over there too. If you're trying to get some,
I believe you've modeled them, Aaron.
You got that right.
Gunstar T-shirt.
I'm a Gunstar fan, man, and now I'm a fan of this. Outstanding. That is, it's really good stuff, Nick. I think that's outstanding, man. Well,
nice.
We're gonna move along from that. That was incredible. We're gonna see. Let me see who's next here on the docket here.
Just a comment,
yeah,
Aaron.
Please.
Jim Brain is the guy that did that 64 Nik Plus that I mentioned in my presentation.
Oh,
Same
yeah?
guy who made that 64 Nik Plus. He is quite a prolific a hardware creator.
No kidding.
So
Good
big
call,
thumbs up
Doug.
for Jim Brain. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. You know, let's change it up a little bit. We got a guy in here, a prolific streamer, a gamer extraordinaire with a beautiful head of hair. Let's give it up for our good pal, the one and only Mr. Kola. Kola, what do you got for us tonight, my friend?
Good evening. Well, first, I'd like to thank you guys for putting this on. This is awesome, talking to people all around the world about computers and stuff, especially in these times. So thank you again for putting on the International Computer Club. Today, I'm kind of winging it. I'm just showing off a kind of a weird piece of hardware that you guys might not have seen. I've had this machine for about a year now. It is, of course, my
I've heard of that.
webcam is backwards, but this is the Socrates Interactive Patient Education CD32.
The Socrates name synonymous with quality gaming.
What in God's name is that?
So these units, and it's kind of interesting. So I'm gonna wind back the years a little bit. So years ago, I used to work at a university in desktop support. And one of the dental colleges had this machine come out, and one of the other teams, a guy found it. And he showed me this thing, and I had never seen an Amiga before. This was way back in 2012 or something like that. But they were throwing it out, and it was the coolest thing. He ended up selling it on eBay, never saw it again until about a year ago when I was browsing Facebook Marketplace, and some guy in Arizona was just selling this thing for $150. And he showed it working, and I PM'd him right away, and he shipped it to me. And yes, this is completely working. It is an NTSC CD32. So these were sold in dentists' offices as kind of kiosk machines. So basically this came with a CD that you pop in there, and you know, whatever patients were waiting in the waiting room, they could click and learn about different dental procedures. There apparently also was a CDI version of the Socrates Interactive Patient Education Machine. Yeah, I know very little about it. I know that it's I forget the name of the company that put these out. I think it's Dental Medical Technologies, from what I remember. But yeah, I thought you guys might like to see this thing because you don't see a ton of NTSC CD32s. I do have a Terrible Fire 330 in the back here, so we've got hard disk support, we've got RGB and all that good stuff. But yeah, other than that, it's just a regular CD32 with some slightly different branding, but still kind of a cool thing if you've never seen one.
Cool.
That is odd.
It's definitely weird.
Very
And
cool.
I would show you the CD, but I mean, I get a little queasy when I think about dental procedures and whatnot, so maybe that might not be the most interesting thing to go through. The only frustrating thing, of course, since this is an NTSC CD32, you kind of have to force it into PAL modes, but like any other Amiga, you know, past a certain point, you can do that. So it still gets a lot of use and a lot of love.
You know,
Why would you be worried about that, considering NTSC is so vastly superior to PAL?
not on the CD32, it's not.
Well, like everything else, it depends on what you're using, right? If you're playing some, you know, mid to late 80s Amiga games, NTSC might be the way to go, especially for like TV sports football from CinemaWare. I think that's NTSC only. I'm not sure if there's a PAL fix. But, you know, if you're playing a lot of the games that are designed for PAL modes, then that's the way you want to go.
Yep.
So you're saying, wait a minute. So there is a CD32 version of TV sports football for the CD32?
No, I'm saying if I wanted to like load the WHD load version in NTSC.
Because that would be super crazy.
Now, you know, and you may have heard of this, Kola, because you're a bright boy. There's a gimmick that I did to my CD32. It didn't help a bit. But when you have an NTSC CD32, there's a chip you can jumper, right? You may have heard of this, and it will trick the CD32 into thinking it's PAL. Okay? What is the result of this? Well, the result is you can run things that won't run on an NTSC CD32, but it's still an NTSC. So
sure,
that's the problem. So what you get after I put this elaborate switch into my CD32 is now I can run stuff that I can't see. So there you go. This is the Amiga, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what they call a win-win, right?
What I usually do is I have my WHD load preferences to just force it into PAL mode anyway, so I don't really have to think about it. But it would be nice to have something if I am actually loading a CD, you know, for it to, you know, not have to go to the menu and fuss around with that. But it's still a very awesome machine, especially with the Terrible Fire in there.
What's your experience with the Terrible Fire? Because I think those are no longer available. Didn't he quit the scene or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I understand. Yeah. I'm a very new Amiga user. I've only had Amiga for a little over 2 years now. I got my first Amiga 500 in December of 2018. I didn't grow up with these machines, but was fascinated by them for years and decided to just buy one and then kind of took a deep dive. As far as the Terrible Fire is concerned, I mean, it's super speedy. My A500, I've got the ACA 500 Plus expansion on there, so that will run up to 42 megahertz. And when I compare that with this is just all so much more snappy. It can play Doom. I will say it can play it. Is it a great experience? No. But you can see it run.
Yeah.
And definitely things that take advantage of the faster CPU, like Frontier, Elite, all that kind of stuff, is all the more smooth for it.
You know, the CD32, much maligned, is much like the Amiga 600. Here was a console that was released.
1200, actually.
And well, I mean, no, I'm getting to a point here. When I say that it came out much like the 600, it's not the same chipset, obviously, but they were both like sort of the redheaded stepchild of the Amiga line, where no one knew what to do with these things. Of course, ultimately the CD32 went out there and flopped over or wasn't shippable or whatever the problem was. They
The
couldn't get it in the
Virtual Boy,
States.
let's never forget that the Virtual Boy outsold the CD32 7-1.
Right, there you go. So
I've got one of those over there too.
Yeah, Boats got it. So, but here all of a sudden, and so here's the CD32. I've heard it a million times. I got this at a car boot sale for 10 pounds or whatever, And now here it is, 2020, and between stuff like the Terrible Fire and all these compilation discs from like the likes of Amiga J and stuff, the CD32 is flying higher than it's ever flown.
Absolutely.
It's not only is it a decent little console, but it's a full-blown, straight-up computer with all the fixings for a fairly cheap price with the Terrible Fire when it was available, much like the 600 has become. It's a glorious time to have these low-end Amigas that no one cared about, because all of a sudden they're not low-end and they're awesome. And the CD32 is right there leading the charge.
And especially, with this expansion, having hard disk support and everything else. I mean, I didn't have an AGA Amiga for the longest time. My Mister was my AGA Amiga.
Right.
But this is an awesome machine now.
Is that your main Amiga, Kola?
I think I probably use the 500 more, mostly because I haven't had this recapped yet, and so I don't want to use it that much until I have that done.
Yeah.
These are all notorious for having bad caps at this point.
Yeah.
So far, when I use it, it doesn't seem like it's having issues, but I haven't opened it up to really see if that's the case.
Famous last words, Kola.
Yeah, exactly.
Smell it for fish.
Yeah, there you go.
Bad caps like the fishy smell.
Hey, Kola, before we move along, tell the folks out there about your Twitch streams, and tell them what you get into, because I've watched Kola for quite a while now. He's great. What do you get up to on that stream, my friend?
Well, thank you. I generally stick to classic games on original hardware. I'm kind of all over the place because my interests vary so much. You'll see stuff from, the Nintendo Famicom to old PC stuff. I've got a couple of Pentium machines, Amiga, of course. I have a ZX Spectrum. Let's see, I've done Apple II before. I'm kind of all over the place, but that's what I do on my Twitch channel. Basically just playing games and talking with people and reminiscing and learning what other people have experienced and kind of, adding on stuff from my own life. It's been a ton of fun meeting all these people through Twitch and just getting everybody's different ideas and opinions, and it's awesome.
Very good. Very well said. Mr. Kola, check him out. He's definitely worth your time. He's always entertaining. Thank you. Very good, Kola. Very good. We're gonna move down a line here to a man. I don't want to call him a Renaissance man, but published author, a well-spoken fellow, an early podcaster, prolific article writer, an all-around handsome man. Let's give it up for our good buddy, Rob Jack Flack O'Hara. Rob, my friend, what do you have for us this month on International Computer Club?
You're talking about me. Then I heard handsome.
He mixed you and me up, Rob.
I must have been.
He mixed us up. Yeah.
Must have been. He said the guy with the gray beard and 8 people sat up. So, first of all, I sent in a video for a presentation because I didn't think I was going to be able to make today's computer club meeting. Today's my son's birthday, and as I said right before the stream started, he planned a birthday party that didn't include us, so he left. So we're all home, and he left. So to have an older teenager. So anyway, the video has an introduction. You can ignore all the parts that say "I'm sorry that I couldn't be here today." You can skip past that part. But so what my presentation is about is these other guys have kind of been leading the way on streaming and setting up videos and stuff. And so I've kind of been setting up my room to do the same thing. I've got a 64 running over there. I've got my Mister. I've got the Pi ANSI running.
Looks good, Flack. Looks good. Very professional.
Man, I sit there and watch that stuff all day. I love the ambiance of having all the machines on and the computers on. And for those of you that are married, you may have your wife or a significant other stick their head in and say, "Hey, what's that doing to our electricity bill for you to have 10 monitors running all the time and all these computers?" So that's basically what my presentation will cover.
You ready to hit it, Boat? Or excuse me, you ready to hit it, Flack?
Yeah.
I call everyone Boat at least once. It's because I'm so subservient that I have to do it that way. Here we go.
I never get tired of watching this Commodore Christmas demo. I watch this thing every year. I love this whole thing. How's everybody? I hope everybody's having a good time here at the International Computer Club. This is, I believe, the second meeting, and I was at the first meeting, and unfortunately, today is my son's birthday, and so I'm not able to attend live, so instead I've put together this little video. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Rob O'Hara. You may know me as Flack. You might know me from my podcast, You Don't Know Flack, and you might know me from my podcast called Sprite Castle. So right off the bat, I want to say thanks to Aaron again for setting this up. I think this is one of the neatest ideas. I'm like everybody else. I've been stuck at home for months. I miss going to conventions. I miss going out and seeing people and talking about old computers and stuff. So this has been great. And I can't watch live with everybody today, but I can't wait until it goes online, and I will definitely go back and watch everything because I'm really looking forward to seeing what everybody shares this time. So anyway, I wanted to share on this month's meeting a device that I bought a long time ago, and I use it from time to time. And I think if you are into retro computers, you might be interested in this. I am the type of guy that probably leaves too many things plugged in and turned on all the time. As you can see behind me, I have the screens are kind of washed out, but I've got a Commodore 64 plugged in and turned on. I've got Pi Ants, which is a Python-based script that runs on a Raspberry Pi that shows old BBS ANSIs, and then I've got my Mist running over here. So I always have things plugged in and turned on. Again, I'm an ambience kind of guy. I like to come into my office and just have these things turned on and stuff. But if you're married, like I am, you may occasionally get the question, how much is all this stuff costing us? What are you doing to our electricity bill? And so if you want to know the answer to that, you should pick up one of these, which I bought, again, I got this about 5 years ago. This particular model is called the Kilowatt. It's kind of a funny little name. And it measures a lot of different things here. As you can see, starting on this side over here, you can get voltage. So you can plug any device into this, and this plugs directly into a wall. You can also plug it into an extension cord or a power strip, and it will tell you how many volts are being used. This button shows you how many amps are being used, but this is the one we're interested in, this one in the middle, which will show us the wattage that is being used. So there's going to be some clanging around here, unfortunately, because I've got some different things to plug in. But as you can see right here, I've got a power strip, and I'm just going to plug the Kilowatt into the power strip, and we should be able to see. It should come on. It's telling us that it's measuring 120 volts, but if we go over here to watts, we will see a draw. Got to hit this middle to switch over to watts. That we were now at 0 watts. So there's nothing plugged in, nothing is using wattage through the Kilowatt. So the first thing that I have right here is I have a SATA drive toaster, you know, one of those little SATA hubs that you can plug SATA hard drives into. It's USB, and you can get data off the drive or whatever. And so it comes out into this big, ugly wall wart plug here. And we're going to take this, and I want you to be able to see it as it fires up. We're just going to plug this right into the Kilowatt. I've already got the switch turned on. You probably won't be able to hear the drive spinning up from where my mic is, but as you can see, now we're getting the wattage of how much it's using. You can see it's going up as the drive is spinning up. And actually, I think I've got this on the wrong we want this right here on watts. Here we go. And now we can see that it has spun up, and we're drawing about 14 watts. And you can see that it's pretty much leveled out at this point now. This device does have one other feature that I will show you here shortly, but we're just getting real-time watt readings right now, and you can see that it's drawing about 14 watts. Now, how does that translate into how much is this thing costing me each month to run? Well, let me show you. Over here, I have made a spreadsheet on Google Docs, and I've come up with a formula. I didn't come up with the formula. I found the formula. But so right here on my template, right here is where we would put how much watts a device is using. This formula right here gives us how much it's costing me per day. And this formula multiplies that number by 30 to give me an average of how much it's costing per month. Now, this formula right here, as you can see, you know what, I should, let me turn on this temporarily. What we could see is happening is I'm getting the number of watts. We are taking it, multiplying it by 24 because there's 24 hours in the day. So that's how many watts the device is using in a day. Then we divide it by 1,000, which gives us kilowatts. And kilowatts are important because that is how the electric company bills us, is by the kilowatts per hour. And then finally, I'm multiplying it by my rate of how much I pay per kilowatt. So I went and Googled my local electric company, which is OG&E, Oklahoma Gas and Electric, and you can see right here that I pay 7.31 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, I highlighted this below here. Oklahoma City enjoys the nation's lowest electricity cost. So your number is very likely to be higher than this. Oklahoma is a central hub for oil production and gas. And so our electricity rates are very low. It's some of the lowest rates in the country. So again, your number is probably going to be higher than this. So you can plug into this formula whatever your rate is. I just have it stored right here in case it ever changes. And I get it, pull it in from this formula here. I just referenced that field. So before I started, I plugged in my old Vizio TV. I have an old Vizio flat screen TV. It's about 15 years old. It's the first flat screen TV that I ever bought, in fact. It's not very efficient. When I turn it on, it's pulling 220 watts. And so by using this formula here that I used, I do the multiplication, and you can see it cost me about 39 cents a day, which is not terrible. And if I leave it on all month, it's costing me $11.72. So there are, depending on the size of the television and how new they are, there are some that will be lower and higher on watts. But I found this was interesting too. When I turn the television off, it's still drawing 1.2 watts. And I think they call this vampire power. I know that the PS3 was a hot topic because it still draws most, I won't say most, but a lot of modern electronics, when you turn them off, are still drawing a certain amount of power. That's why your TV turns on instantly instead of having to warm up and do all those things like old TVs. Well, also because they don't have tubes. But so 1.2 watts, we can see that when I'm rounding to the nearest penny, it doesn't cost me anything. But at the end of the month, it does cost me 6 cents. Is that, terrible? Not really, but if you have a lot of things doing that, it really could add up. I mean, you'd have to have an awful lot of things to really affect your bill, but I just thought that was interesting. So what I could do here is I take my template, copy it down here, and we have SATA drive toaster, and we determined that uses about 14 watts, and so we could see that running that thing all day only cost me 2 cents, and it cost me about 75 cents a month, which is kind of interesting. So I have a couple of things that I went out to my workshop before I got started, and let's pull this up. Let me take my picture down so you can see this. This is a 24-inch Dell LCD monitor, and it's plugged in. I don't have a computer or anything going to it. I just literally plugged the power into this and turned it on. And you can see it's drawing about 50 watts. So we will figure out what the cost of that is. And I also have out in my workshop a little portable heater. I plugged in my portable heater, and if you know anything about electronics, you know that heat takes electricity. I mean, it's basically a controlled short. If you have a coffee pot or anything like that, you know that they're a huge electrical draw. And my portable heater out in my building is using 1,377 watts. So let's go to the spreadsheet here. We've got 2 new things to add, so let's add these in real quick. I know that I'm going to do 3, so let's see if we can just do that. First, we have a Dell 24-inch monitor, and that was using 50 watts. And so we could see leaving a monitor on is about 9 cents a day, or a little over $2.50 a month. So for these 3 monitors that I leave on an awful lot behind me, it's costing me about $7.50 or maybe $7. $7.50 a month. So is it worth it? It is to me. I like seeing them. Next, we have my portable heater, and that was using, let's say, $13.75. So you can see that that cost me $2.44 a day and $73.26. Now, I do not leave the heater on. I only use it when I'm going out there to the workshop, and and it's cold. So usually only at night do I go out there and turn it on. But you can see this would definitely add up if you left this on, or over the weekend or something like that. This is I won't say significant, but it is compared to a lot of the other electronics. So I'm going to switch over to the main view here because I have a third thing, which is I just opened this yesterday, and I have barely had a chance. Well, I haven't even tried it out. I just literally unwrapped it, and I'm plugged in the power here. But this is the new C64, the North American one. I pre-ordered this back in August. It was delayed multiple times, and it just arrived on November 2nd. And so I just opened this. I have not plugged it into, I haven't plugged it in. I haven't done anything with it. So I've just connected the USB power to the back. Now this is USB powered. It has this is where I warn you that I'm going to start banging into things here. But so it's a USB. It comes with a USB power cord. It has USB on the end, and it comes with this little USB adapter. So if you have one in the UK or something, you may have a different adapter. So we can plug this in. We've got the kilowatt over here plugged in, ready to go. So let's plug in the C64. And finally, let's make sure that, see, it's not drawing any power at all with it off, so that's good. So let's turn it on. We get a power light on the C64, and it has spun right up, and it seems to be hovering right around 4 watts, which was about what I would expect for a USB powered device. So, it seems to be about 4 watts. Go ahead and turn that off. Let's see, I think I have to hold this down for a second. Okay. So, let's unplug this. Now, I'll tell you something else. If you're interested in finding out something like, you don't want to do all these things individually, you can take something like a Raspberry Pi and your speakers and a monitor, plug them all into a power strip, plug the power strip into the kilowatt, and then that will, it's getting the whole power draw, so it will tell you how much all those things are costing. So if you want to find out not just how much each individual monitor in your life costs, but how much does your whole computer set up if you want to plug that power strip in. Or I hate to check and see what my server is costing me per month. It's got a lot of hard drives hanging off of it. But so let's go back here to the spreadsheet one last time. We're going to type in the C64, and we determined it was using 4 watts. And at 4 watts, it's costing me about a penny a day, and it will cost me less than 25 cents a month to leave it plugged in and running, which I think is probably what I'm going to do. So anyway, if you are a gadget person, let me show you one other thing real quick. And that is that there is a red button over here on the edge. You can see this one right here. And what that will do is it will give you a kilowatt per hour average. So take something like a refrigerator. You plug in a refrigerator right when the motor comes on and everything, it draws a lot of power. But once the motor has everything cooled down and the fans aren't on or anything, it drops down. So if you were to measure it when it's fired up and the motor is going, you would get a very high reading. And then if you measured it when the motor is off, you would get a very low reading. So what you could do is plug the refrigerator into this and press this button, and it will just do a running total and give you an average. So when you come back and press that button again, it will tell you, okay, I was running for 24 hours and the average reading of watts was whatever. And then you can take that average and that will give you a more accurate reading, especially for something like with a motor or something that fluctuates like that. But anyway, so this is the kilowatt. You could Google this. I bought this off Amazon. I think it was about $30. You know, and for me, it kind of gives me that peace of mind at night where you could go, okay, well, you know, if you're leaving on these things, I plugged an arcade game into it one time. If I remember right, it was about 100 watts. So, you know, my wife was like, how much are these arcade games? You know, I mean, it's not much more than a light bulb, than a 100-watt light bulb, you know. It's costing about $5 a month for each of these arcade cabinets, and I didn't leave them on all the time, so you can do the math. So anyway, if you like knowing numbers and you want to know what all this old equipment and stuff is costing you, I'm sure old computers and vintage stuff are not going to be, they're going to have a lot more a higher electricity draw, so those things are going to cost more, but it's kind of interesting to find that stuff out. So anyway, that's what I have. I hope you guys have a great International Computer Day. I hope there's lots of fun stuff. I really can't wait to watch the whole show when it's all done, and I'm sorry that I can't be there live because I really enjoy it, and I'm hoping that in 3 months we do it again, and I will definitely be there for that one. So hey, from Flat, thanks, everybody, and I will see you guys on the Discord or in a podcast near you soon. Thanks, guys.
Black, it's a shame that you couldn't make it here tonight. And I really do hope that you can make it next time.
You know,
he was missed.
After doing a 15-minute math lesson, I kind of wish like I wasn't here.
Now listen, I found that quite fascinating, and I'm going to tell you why. As a guy who had a bunch of arcade machines back in the day, that is, I always thought they took a ton of power. They sure as hell generate a ton of heat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, I tell you that the very first thing I did was when I got that spreadsheet and the formula figured out was, you know, as a kid, I think we had like 80-watt light bulbs. And I remember every time I would leave the bedroom, my dad would be like, turn that light off, you know, you're costing me a fortune. And so I punched in 80 watts and then I called my dad. I'm like, you know, that was costing like 80 cents a week or whatever. He's like, what are you talking about? You know, I was like, remember 40 years ago. I will say that that kilowatt thing is kind of addictive. Like once I first got it, I just ran around the house, like random plugging stuff in, like, oh, this is what this lamp takes, and you know, that sort of thing. I was really surprised. I did. It's funny that I have an original launch PS3, and it takes almost the exact same watts when it's turned off as a Raspberry Pi does when it's running. So I thought that was interesting. I plugged in my original Commodore 64, and I still have a few original power bricks. I don't really use those anymore, but I plugged one in just to see, and it was like 22 watts. So it's really amazing how much more efficient, you know, the new stuff is. I don't, you know, in general, I don't think, you know, a lot of the stuff that's turned off, like that kind of, I guess they call it vampire power, you know, I don't think that's that big of a deal on your monthly bill. But I will say that like my main workstation here that I'm on all the time, I have 3 monitors, and then right to my left I have my laptop that I use for work, which also has 3 monitors, and I have all of them set on their power settings to never turn the monitors off, and then plus those 3 back there, and I usually have one other one. So I normally have like 10 monitors on at a time. And then when you start doing that math and you go, okay, well, that's like, you know, 30 or 40 bucks a month. I have started setting my main monitors here to go to sleep after an hour. So, you know, just off that, I think the kilowatt thing will pay for itself. And I think I mentioned in that video, but there is that one setting on there where you can set it for a time and watch a device over say 24 hours or something, if you want to do like a refrigerator that has a motor that comes on and off or something like that. You know, it's kind of neat. So yeah, it's addictive to run around and plug everything in and get the numbers on stuff and to test. The other thing I did test was, I don't know, I'm sure like a lot of you guys, I've got an entire milk crate full of old wall warts that I've saved from everything from answering machines to video game consoles.
You never know when that old answering machine, you know, wall wart is going to come in handy. You
all of them. You know what? I think I'm probably in this aspect, I'm closer to the school of boat than Aaron. I mean, I look at it and I go, that weighs about the same as the original. That one will probably work. You know?
That's right. Plug it in.
Yeah, and then blow up your ZX Spectrum.
But I've definitely, you know, had one that said like, you know, this is a 12-volt adapter, and then it didn't work. And so, you know, you could plug this in and go to the volts and say, oh, okay, well, it's only 6. Like maybe this is not something that I want to plug into something expensive that I own. So anyway, yeah, I just thought that was a fun little toy. Like I said, those are like $30 on Amazon, give or take. There's a couple different models that have extra features and stuff like that. But I've definitely enjoyed running around and playing with that over the past couple of weeks.
Very good. Good stuff. Good stuff, my friend.
Good stuff.
I really enjoyed that. Plus, those do look like they'd be fun to play with. I'm not going to lie to you. Look, a lot of fun. All right, we're going to move.
I just have one quick question first. Yeah. Rob, when you said you plugged in the arcade cabinets machines, you said that only took 22 watts?
No, that was my original Commodore 64.
Oh, okay. So what does an arcade cabinet take, just out of curiosity?
You know, I didn't even plug in the old one that I have out there, but it's not as much as you would think. I want to say it was less than 150. I mean, because, you know, and of course that depends on if you've got an old original CRT or if you've got a, you know, updated like a LCD screen or something like that, but they really don't, you know, and it's weird to think about something like, okay, an arcade cabinet would be around 150, whereas I definitely have 100-watt light bulbs, you know, so
yeah, I imagine 90% of the power draw of old arcade machines definitely goes to the CRT. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
I agree.
Yeah, the one, if I still had an arcade cabinet, I think most of the power would go through, in my case, would be the coin selector thing, because I just pumped quarters into arcade machines like crazy. So
you know, the arcade machines generate so much heat. I just assumed that they took a ton of power. So
that's what I did too.
Great stuff, Rob. I really enjoyed that. Plus, I've got to go out and get one of those. I've almost bought one before, but now the deal is done. Let's move along here. Now, you know, we talked to Nik earlier about some Coco stuff, and it was the fun stuff. And now here comes Curtis with the true deep down system stuff. You thought I was going to say the unfun stuff, didn't you, Curtis? No, this is good stuff. This is every bit as amazing to me as anything else. The day that I turned on my Coco 3 and had the ability to have windows open stunned me. Curtis has worked tirelessly on this. Curtis, what do you got for us tonight?
Well, basically, it's the upgrade to Nitros 9, which is a multi-user, multitasking, preemptive operating system that's been out since, well, the original version of OS 9 came out in 1980, and then it's been upgraded for various machines. It's actually running currently on stuff like Intel chips and AMD and ARM and stuff like that too. So it's more of an industrial operating system at this point. But Tandy decided to use it in the Coco and the Coco 3. So they did the Coco 1 and 2 version back in 83, and then they did the Coco 3 version 86, 87. They actually gave it a bit of a GUI, which actually I'll show a little bit of what it originally looked like compared to what it is now. And we've been upgrading it since the 609 processor was discovered in 1992 to have all these extra features that Hitachi couldn't tell you about, because I had a contract with Motorola who said, you can be a second source for us, make a low power, slightly faster version of the chip. So it's 3 megahertz and took 1/10 the power. But you can't add anything to it. And Hitachi, because technology had advanced since 1980, 1979, when the original one was done, added a whole bunch of things like extra registers and commands and a native mode that runs faster. And they presented that to Motorola, and basically Motorola said, we didn't ask you to do this. You can't tell anybody this exists. That's not what we asked for. Oh, okay. So a Japanese magazine in 1988 actually found all the stuff and published it. And then it finally made it to North America in 1992. So we ended up writing a commercial product, which is upgrading the OS 9 operating system to run with the 609 and using its advantages. And we sold that between 92 till about 1997, 98 as a commercial product, did quite well. And then everybody was just getting upgrades because everybody already had it at that point. So we kind of just decided to make it kind of freeware, and we kept updating it until 2001. And by that time, I think I was the last one standing of the original 4 developers, and you just kind of get burned out doing the same project for 10 years straight. So we ended up releasing it to the community, and the community took it over in 2002, and they kept progressing with it as they were doing various hardware editions and software editions as the years went by. And eventually I got back into it in 1997. So basically, yeah, we got back into it, Bill Noble and I, two of the original authors, and we're doing the ease of use project version of it now. And in between, they backported it back to the 6809, so it runs on the original Coco 3s. They even backported parts of it to the Coco 1 and 2. But what we're doing now is ease of use project. So that's got a bit of a different focus. The focus back then was to speed up the operating system as much as we could, add some new features, and basically hardcore tech stuff. And for those who don't know what OS 9 is, it's kind of a Unix style operating system for 8-bit machines based on the 6809. And ease of use is now changing it. We want to make it easy and user friendly on top of adding in all these extra features and speed ups. So that's what we've been doing since 2017. And we're on ease of use beta 6, which is a public release that'll be out before Christmas. And it's got some more speed ups, especially on the 6809 side. We've been trying to catch up the stock Coco hardware speed wise, closer to what the 639 does, though we're adding stuff for that, and we're adding new features. We're updating manuals now. That was never part of the original thing, but we're actually taking the original Tandy manuals. And just to give you an idea of how much of a project this is the original Tandy OS 9 Level 2 manual, over 1,000 pages, and that's just one of them. There's a C compiler manual, there's a multi-view manual, there's the development kit manual, everything else. And we're adding probably another 40% size on this from all the new stuff that's been added. So that's a long-term project.
Now, Curtis, as you update these manuals, is that something that do you actually plan to publish that? And where can we find these updated manuals?
The updated manuals we've got so far, we've got 2 parts of that one because there's multi parts to it. There's 2 of them up in my website right now. We're working on the 3rd and the 4th ones kind of simultaneously. There's several of us on that part of the project too. And then your long term, we'll be doing some of the other manuals for some of the other pieces of the operating system.
And can you tell us your website real quick?
lcurtisboyle.com. And then you can go to the Nitros 9 section. And then there's a sub page for documentation. And then there's also the main downloads of the various versions we've had over the years. The new beta is not out there yet. We've got it in private testing right now. And we're fixing bugs and doing a couple last minute changes. But it'll be out within the next 2 weeks, hopefully a week if we're lucky.
Cool.
Except they keep finding bugs. So at any rate, my presentation today, we just did a huge presentation of this on Coco Talk. In fact, I missed the last part of it because I was here. So if you want a real technical deep dive on the underlying stuff, go watch that because it's probably about 2 hours worth of stuff. Bill continued on the drive wire stuff and MIDI stuff and all kinds of things after I left. So the full demo's there. So I'm going to concentrate a bit more on just, kind of the niceties of it and what exactly it is, because it's an audience that's not as familiar with the Coco. And I'm also going to highlight some hardware that's on the horizon too. There's the Gimme X coming out from Ed Snyder and zipsterzone.com. That's currently in the hands of 10 developers for doing software for it. And one of the first things we implemented, which is coming out on this new EOU as well, is we're supporting the new 2.86 megahertz mode. So it'll clock it up from 1.78 to 2.86, so you get this nice big speed increase. So I'll be demoing that a little bit of that as well. Now, just to show you what that is, I'll have a couple of slides here to show you. So let me share. Okay, you guys seeing that?
Yep.
Okay, so there's multiple parts here. So this is a Coco 3 with the cover removed. And you'll see Gimme X labeled on that one board. That's actually not the Gimme X itself. That's a 2 meg RAM board that works with the Gimme X. The other blue board to the right of that is the actual Gimme X itself. So that basically takes the Gimme. The Gimme is a graphics interrupt memory enhancement chip. It's kind of like the main brains beside the CPU in the Coco 3. And one problem we've had in the Coco community is that chip was a custom manufactured thing for Tandy that wasn't made for anything else ever. And of course, they're long gone and you don't make them anymore. So when those chips die, you're kind of screwed. So this is kind of like an FPGA implementation of that chip with enhancements. So now it supports like direct VGA out, S-video out, 2.86 megahertz, extra palettes, higher graphics modes, just a ton of things on there that we're gradually going to be adding to the operating system itself. For now, we just went for the low-hanging fruit, which is just to crank the speed up. This also has the Coco Mech keyboard, also made by Zipsterzone. So this is not the stock Coco 3 keyboard. This is the OS 9 model, which actually has extra labels on the keycaps. So the normal Coco keyboard just had basically what is the key, and if you hold shift down, what does it mean? And in this case here, if you have 3 symbols on there, the upper left one is what the shift key is, and the upper right is the control key under OS 9, because that has like squiggly brackets for programming in C, and I don't know what the technical name for it is, but backslashes and all kinds of things like that too. So this is a Coco Mech keyboard, which is what it's called, with the OS 9 keycap layout. And these are like real mechanical keyboards. So it's actually more like what is it, the old IBM 5150 or whatever it was?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so this is kind of like that. It's nice and loud. And then we did some enhancements to Nitros 9 so that if you don't have an extra loud keyboard, we can make it loud anyway. So, so basically, this is the actual a picture of the machine I took this morning. This is what I'll be running the demo on. And then, as Nick had mentioned earlier here too about multi-pack interfaces. So Tandy sold a multi-pack, and they did shrink it a little bit in a later version, but these are the new ones now. The 4 slots is about as small as you can make and still fit the cards. So these take a lot less desk space, and they actually have added features. This one actually has 2 16550 serial chips in it, and it also has an OPL3 sound chip in it as well, though I won't be demonstrating that today. So that's basically the system I'm running on. And then I just wanted to show you originally, this is a video that one of our semi-regular panel members and regular Discord members here did 6 years ago on Multiview, which is the GUI part of OS 9 Level 2. And this was what came out in 1987. So I'll just play it a bit so you can kind of see what we were looking at back in 87 when this first came out. I'm running completely off floppy, so it's a bit slow.
Ah, smooth micing, even when the floppy disk is being read or written to.
He was really happy I got a no-halt disk controller that doesn't freeze the machine dead when it's loading. So. Anyway, I won't run the whole thing there, but that basically is giving you an idea of what it looked like visually, and also, it's a little bit slow drawing graphics and stuff because that's the original drivers as made by Microware in 86, 87. So I'm going to completely ghetto this. After watching all your professional podcasts with fancy colored light backgrounds and this nice, ambiance and stuff here, I'm going to turn my iMac literally just to point at a monitor. So this is going to be ghettoing it. And then I have to type sideways. That's always interesting too. Okay, so you guys can see that okay?
Yep.
Little Nora? Perfect. Any more down, it'll fall on the floor. So, so I'm going to show you the 2 versions. We have 4 basic versions of it. 2 of them are going to be publicly available within the 2 weeks. That's the 6809 version, and then the 609 version, which has those enhancements. We also have special versions for the Gimme X for the beta testers, which we won't be publicly going because the Gimme X is not publicly available yet. Probably should move my mic here so you guys can hear me better too. So this is going to be booting up a 6809 version, which I'm just going to do a very brief demo of the GUI, what it looks like now, and the speed that you get on the 6809. And I'll demonstrate one particular game, Rescue on Fractals, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with from other platforms. Now, I will say that the version we have on the Coco right now is using the standard 6-bit DAC and trying to multitask, so it's really crappy sound. This version of Fractals, I actually modified and sped it up a little bit, optimized it a little bit, so it's about 10% faster than the standard Tandy one. So this screen here is totally new. Aaron and Bode, I know you've seen what the original Nitros 9 boot screen looks like. So this one's a bit more flashy. It also does some automatic hardware detection. So it tells you your current RAM, what CPU type you have, and what mode it's in, if it's a 6 or a 9, because it can run in both modes. Tells you if you have a Coco SDC installed, and tells you if you have a Gimme X installed, and what version it is. So this is the 0.29 firmware. DDR and SCR, if you have a fast enough RAM in your RAM upgrade, you can run it in the 3 megahertz mode. That does require faster RAM, which most of the new modern 2 meg upgrades and some of the 512s already have, but some of the older ones can't, so you just run it at regular speed. And just some general information here. I don't have a real-time clock in this particular one, so I have to actually type in the date and time. You can hear can you guys hear the key clicking here when I'm typing out? Aside from the mechanical keyboard, but there's also the software part of it too. What time is it now here? That's 1844. So the key click option coming through the speakers is actually brand new with Ease of Use Beta 6, and you can turn that on and off. Well, I figured it's good for stuff like word processors or maybe text adventure games and stuff like that to have that audible key click feedback. And the fact you can turn it on or off on a window by window basis is cool.
You know, Curtis, let me ask you a question. You know, there's a lot to be. Lots of people want a real-time clock in their Amiga. I know this because like a lot of the expansion ports have a battery for a real-time clock and all that stuff. What's the real-time clock status on the Coco scene?
There was quite a few of them available back in the late 80s, usually based on the smartwatch design and a few others. Because those were, you could just piggyback on a ROM. So if you had a ROM cartridge with a cartridge with a ROM in it, like an RS-232 port, because they used to have a ROM there for a built-in terminal program, the disk controller used to just piggyback a smartwatch in and away you went. Unfortunately, the batteries and all those have died now, and all the new things like the STC don't have ROM sockets like that anymore. So none of those work anymore.
Has there been any cry from the community for
yes.
the creator of the STC or maybe somebody else to come into the scene and actually provide a real-time clock solution for the Coco?
Nick, you can chime in on this. Yes, constantly.
Yes. Yeah. No, but yeah, at the moment there is no real-time clock.
Yeah.
Available.
We have found there's a new version of the smartwatch, or newer anyway, that has a slimline model. Because the one problem with the smartwatch is that they had the battery built into the chip. So as soon as the battery died, the chip, you threw it out. It was garbage. The newer ones actually do have a separate battery, so you can actually keep reusing the same one instead of having to replace the whole chip. And there's a new slimline model that fits better into disk controller cases and RS-232 back cases and stuff like that. Because originally you'd have to either leave the top cover off because it was a little bit too big to fit, or you have to cut a hole in it. It just looks like crap. So we're hoping there's some people talking in the app. We're going to try to bring back something to this new slimline one. So hopefully we'll get that.
I mean, it seems like you would have just like the ultimate Amiga or the ultimate Coco design. If you could create a Coco SDC that would fit internally inside, you know, any Coco model, include a real-time clock, include, you know, a RAM expansion. It seems like something that is just begging to be made. Why has nobody made this yet?
I think the main
question
reason is
exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, we've all been asking that. Darren Atkinson, who designed the SDC, he just was trying to design a controller that actually simulates a floppy drive controller at the hardware level. So this will actually, an SDC for the right file format will actually handle copy protected disks and all kinds of things that, you know, anything else like a GoTech or, you know, the software solutions like DriveWire, none of those can handle that properly.
You might want to tell people what an SDC is. It's an SD card replacement.
Yeah, and it simulates both a hard drive and a floppy drive simultaneously. And you know, you put your SD card in, and you can mount different drives in different formats and all kinds of things, or different disk images, I should say. And John and Aaron both have one too, so they can probably explain it as well. But yeah, no, the real-time clock, especially in OS 9, I mean, Disk Basic doesn't really use a real-time clock, so it didn't really care. But for OS 9, I mean, back in the day when OS 9 was in its main heyday in the late 80s, early 90s, everybody had a real-time clock.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, because OS 9 is becoming just, you know, just such a mature operating system, it seems like more and more people are going to demand a real-time clock just because of all the functionality that it provides. So why would you, like, it just seems like the software is progressing further than the hardware at this point. That's all I'm saying.
Well, actually, it's more the other way around, because I mean, the hardware was out in the 80s and 90s. It was quite common. But now that everybody's switching to these new, you know, FPGAs that are really small chips that are soldered right onto the boards and stuff, there's no place to put this socketed, you know, smartwatch on it. So now you have to get different types of clock chips. Now you have to write drivers that handle the clock chips.
I didn't think about the FPGA thing. You're right about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, basically, there's several people talking about finally, because there's getting to be a critical mass again of people that want this. I think we will get one in the next year. Anyway, you know, key click, you can do the, hold the speaker here again. So basically you can hear the clicking there. Also my mechanical keyboard. It also works with key repeat. But if I go to this window where I don't have that set up, you don't hear anything. So like I said, you can turn that on and off on a Win. There's a key click command. Just key click on, key click off will turn it on and off. And I think I showed you guys this last time that, you know, multiple hardware text screen windows here, so you can just switch and do whatever. You know,
so I don't remember this screen. Is this is just like the shell outside of Nitros, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the actual shell itself. And then G shell, which I'll be running here, is the graphical shell. So that's a graphic screen.
That's
These
what
are
I
text
remember.
screens.
Right.
And hopefully I get the right mouse. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to switch it to 80 columns first. And you can already see like the look is a lot more modern than that original 1987 one. At least I hope it looks better. And it's also a fair bit faster. I mean, I'm doing a higher res screen here than that Tim demoed in that video I showed.
Is this resolution, is it just bound to being a monocolored? Can you not have multicolor in this resolution?
Oh yeah, no, you can. In fact, in ease of use beta 6, part of the documentation, we actually give you 4 alternative color sets. You can create your own too. So you can fiddle with it and change it. So we have some that have, a bit of blue and red to it, some have some green and yellows, and
so what is stopping you at this point from making the folders, a different color than the background?
Nothing.
You've only got 4 colors available in this mode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was just curious because this is something that the Amiga ran into also. If you look at like 3.1 on the Amiga, it's also a mostly multicolor affair where, various shades of gray. And I was just wondering if there was a hardware limitation that was keeping you from adding different colors to, the workbench or the folder screen here.
No, there's no limitation. I mean, there is some limitations to pick what colors go into what color slots so that your 3-dimensional look here of the folders and the drives and stuff stays looking 3D, because if you do the wrong mixtures of colors, you do too bright of what should be a darker shade, it starts looking ugly.
Sure.
But yeah, actually remind me at the end of the presentation, I'll just quickly show you what that looks like, because I have some screenshots from the original, or from the color ones from the beta 6. The one problem with the SDC too is because SDC was designed 6 years ago before we started working on the Gimme X hardware acceleration, is that the SDC actually cannot handle the 3 megahertz speed. So when we're actually accessing the SD card, we have to slow it back down to 2 megahertz. So I don't know if we ever get an update that actually fully handles it. The loading of folders and icons will actually go a little bit faster. Now I'll switch to the joystick it actually needs. Now the sound on this is horrible, so I'm going to abort it as quickly as I can.
I assume you're going to play in composite at this point, right?
No, I'm going to do RGB.
RGB.
Composites for losers. No, I'm just kidding.
You should get one of those new Coco wrap soundboard things.
Actually, I do want to support that afterwards, actually, once it comes out myself. So I mean, it's pretty slow.
No, it's faster than what it was.
It's faster if you've played the original Tandy one by about 10-12% on average. The animation on the player is quite a bit different than, say, the Atari 8-bit version. I know.
Yeah, I mean, this looks great to me. It doesn't look slow at all.
I think the graphics on the color computer version has been souped up over the Commodore 64 and Atari versions.
Yeah, not speed-wise, but presentation-wise, I have to agree from what I've seen of the various versions of it there. So anyway, that's what it looks like on a 6809. So this is a little bit enhanced. The 609 runs about 30% faster than this on its own.
So right now you're running this on a 6809.
Yeah. This is the same machine you have both. This is exactly what it would run like on yours.
This actually looks about as fast as the Commodore 64 version. Maybe
yeah,
it
does.
A hair faster. I know the Atari version is a little bit faster than the 64 version.
Yeah.
Well, they have a 2 megahertz 6502, don't they?
1.79 or something like that. Yeah.
And of course, I can still keep running all this other stuff. Like here's my GUI. You can hear the background sound still going on. I can go in here and just say, well, what am I running right now? And
it's actually really cool. That's really impressive.
And so far out of my 2 meg machine, I'm using. Well, I've still got 1688K free. Anyway, that's what it looks like there. So I'll skip the intermediate ones. Like we have a 609 version, which, like I said, runs about 30% faster. We also have the Gimme X 3 megahertz enhanced 609 version, which just runs 3 megahertz. So I will reboot. Now I'm going to crank it up to 609 and 3 megahertz. Assuming I can spell. Yeah, we got some good compliments on the Coco Talk show on that. I should also mention these windows, these shells all have keyboard typepad too. You don't have to wait for the prompts to come up. That's where the key click actually comes in handy too, because you can tell when you hit the key when you're blindly typing, waiting for the all these fonts and graphics stuff to load. So I don't know if you'll be able to notice as much on here, but this is a fair bit faster too for rendering.
Now, Curtis, are you using a mouse as you're negotiating this? I forgot to ask before. Or you're using the deluxe joystick? Yeah.
I do have a mouse in the other room. I just didn't bring it in because I didn't have the table space for the mouse pad.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes 1 or 2 button mice. So first we'll just show off the fractal list at 3 megahertz, 639 optimized. Switch to the other joystick.
All right, it's a moment
Now
of truth. I can't wait.
You'll hear pitch shifting now too. It plays higher because it's running 3 megahertz and the timing loops for the sound haven't changed. So it's a fair bit faster.
Yeah, you know, it runs faster, but I don't know that it's faster doesn't always mean smoother. You know, it's running at a faster clip. You think so?
Yeah, that's
it is faster.
That looks fantastic.
It's faster. Awesome. It doesn't add extra frames though. That's what you're thinking of.
That's what Boat's thinking of, because it's trying to do it's trying to adjust for the original speed by doing choppy frames. Like it's going to shift the background like a quarter of a screen over for the next frame to try to give that illusion of moving, and now it's overcompensating because of it.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. It seems more choppy, just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you fly in a straight line, it's not too bad. Like your old.
No, once you fly,
find a nice valley here and.
Well, yeah, but you're insane. There's no way you could realistically play this game at this speed. No, you can't. Not if you actually play the game and not just load it up and let it go. Yeah,
if you're young at heart and you have good reflexes, yeah, you can handle it. So, so I'll abort that one for now. And the next thing I wanted to do a demonstration of is kind of more of the on-screen multitasking. Now, it doesn't have overlapping windows yet. And there was a version that Tandy had sanctioned a group of like 15 to 20 programmers to do in 1989 to 1990 to do that. And they actually did get it going. But then Tandy decided to pull the plug on the Coco 3. And the Coco division wasn't told of this right until the last minute. So then they had to cancel the project. And then they weren't allowed to even talk about it for 5 years because of the NDA. And then Kevin Darling was kind of the head of it, had also issues with Microware, the company that owns OS9, that certain parts of that was intellectual property, so you couldn't release it all. They finally released kind of a hacked version of it that you can download, which does have overlapping windows and stuff, but it's not the full version that he had done originally. And that version has never been released because of legal problems. So we're going to end up hopefully recreating that ourselves at some point, kind of steering towards that at this point. But I did want to show that even back in 1987, we did have, side-by-side simultaneously running windows. So I'll just do a quick demo of some of that. I'll get back. I'm going to pick one particular game here just because I know Flack's on the call.
Flack just took a restroom break, so he will be back.
Okay, well, I'll fire up the other parts of it first then. Apparently needs some compression. So I will fire up 2 shells. I'll put one there. We'll make it about that size. And I'll make another one. I'm going to help. Oh, help's been extensively added to too, if anybody needs help writing stuff. Actually, I'll just import it. I don't feel like waiting for it. And kick it over into gray mode for this screen. Whoops, no, that's spilling out. Yeah, on the same screen at the same time. That's a little script I have. Now I'm going to do a little bit of typing. So
Oh
get
man,
the color up so you can read it better.
night mode.
Yeah. Now I'll switch it because Boat's on here. I'll put it onto a little bit of a Mac font.
Put it into AGA.
No, I can't deal with the gradients.
Man, typing at 170-degree angle is kind of awkward. Don't recommend it at home.
Man, Curtis is doing some war games type stuff here. I don't even know what's going on.
So what do you think of the Mac font so far there, Boat?
It looks great. I love it.
And is Flack back yet?
That looks like Chicago. That's the official classic Mac font.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Well, it looks like Flack is still gone.
Okay, well, I'll start it then. But I'll leave it on here and. Okay, now we'll do this one.
Did this get a commercial release, Curtis?
Yes, actually, ironically, OS 9 Level 2 itself was not ready after the Coco 3's launch. It would take a couple months. It got released like December, January instead of September when it's supposed to be out. Rogue was the very first OS 9 Level 2 game Tandy put out by Epix.
Really? Wow.
And they actually got that one out on time, but they had to use a pre-release version of OS 9 Level 2. So the graphics driver wasn't quite up to par, and some of the features that they didn't need in Rogue, but they weren't quite working right. So they
I mean, let's be honest. The graphics driver is not really needed for a game like Rogue.
Well, it is a little bit, as you'll see here, because this isn't using the standard, Coco fonts.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
But it was funny because the hackers of the day who had the OS 9 Level 1, they were waiting for Level 2 because they got told about it, said, this is going to have Windows, it supports 512K and all this other stuff. They were all happy. And then they said, we're going to have to delay it because the manuals aren't ready and software's not quite ready till January. And then when Rogue got released in October of 86, a bunch of them figured out that it was running OS 9 with some of the new stuff on it. So they cobbled together the Rogue boots disk along with the OS 9 Level 1 disk from the Coco 1 and 2 days from 3 years earlier and kind of mixed it all together to kind of hack together a working system. And that's what they ran off of for 3 months.
Wow. So really the OS 9 was really, I mean, in a perfect world, it was released in the same, because when did the Coco 3 debut? It was 86 also, right?
Yeah, It was announced in July, started selling late September, early October.
Yeah. So, I mean, really, in a perfect world, you would have had OS 9 support for every Coco 3 game.
Yeah. So I'm just going to change. This is a Basic 09 program. Basic 09 is a structured basic language. It's kind of like a hybrid of Basic and Pascal. So I'm just going to quickly edit this program while my little circles demo is running.
Okay. Rob has returned now, Curtis, just in case you didn't know.
I'm going to change that to fit the scaling this window's on, and I'll add the end loop.
Was I being paged while I was gone?
Yeah.
Sorry, I announced in the Twitch that unfortunately I have an 8-bit bladder.
Okay, so you see your name up there, Flack?
Yes. Oh, it's my favorite game. What have we been doing the last 3 hours? We could have been playing Rogue.
Now, you notice it's running a bit slow. I mean, we're running multiple tasks here. But I do know, for example, that the circle command does a lot of math. So that's a slow command to begin with. So what you can do is I'll just go to a different window here and get a list of my running applications. And you'll see there's a priority thing here. So I've got everything on 128, which is the middle priority. So I'm going to bump Rogue up a little bit. That's process number 9. So we're going to put that at 130. Take it out fast mode. So yeah, you can see like we actually got little graphic representations of the character, the rooms, the gold. There's a trap. Correct. And plus I'm still running G shell and a couple of shells too. This is the Gimme X enhanced Coco 3, so it's running at 2.86 megahertz. But this does the same thing, just slightly slower on the the standard 6809 or 639 Coco.
So
You can do all these.
would you call what you're doing right now, Curtis, preemptive multitasking?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Now the
Yeah.
graphics driver, I
you
will
hear
mention,
that, Amiga people? You hear that? I don't want to hear any more of your nonsense.
Well, they should implement intuition.
Aaron, since when is John starting to cause trouble?
Oh, I got a shield. There's my stairs to go down. I'm not going to do that yet. I got several bats after me. It sucks.
Well, as Curtis knows, and he and I have talked about, of course, Rogue is very random, and you could have good games or bad games. So what I see is the benefit of this multitasking is I could play 3 or 4 copies of Rogue at the same time.
Yes, you can. I've done that.
Yeah, and then just whichever one the good stuff's in, I close all the other ones.
So anyway, I mean, we used to run these at work. Actually, we had a Coco 3 system at work. That's what Nitros was developed on back in the late 90s too. And we ran line printers and stuff off it. So we'd be running line printers on windows like these, hardware text windows that are faster. And then we'd be, programming the OS 9 operating system itself. And another, we might be running an assembler or a C compiler. And then you'd be playing solitaire.
What's the Alt tab of the Coco? How are you switching between these?
The clear key goes forward through your window list, and Shift clear goes backwards. Or new to ease of use beta 6, you can actually set it up to use the right mouse button if you have a 2-button mouse.
Okay.
Or 2-button joystick. I don't have that enabled right now at this point. Yep. Yes, but they were more worried about profits, and the Tandy 1000 line was doing awesome at that point. Yeah, a prototype case was made, actually. Well, I mean, the Coco 3 could have been expanded. The Coco 4, if you've seen pictures of the mock-up case that Tandy actually did do, like it was built with a wider case and actually had a built-in disk drive, 3.5-inch disk drive built on the top of it. At the time that the Coco 4 was kind of being talked about, the 3 megahertz 6309 was out, so they could have bumped the speed up, even without knowing about the extra options the chip had hidden in it. You could have increased, the CPU speed by 50%. They could have done what they originally planned with the Deluxe Coco in 1984 that they canceled and put a real sound chip in it, which Nik would have been extremely happy with. And I mean, OS 9 could have kept getting developed. There's acceleration hardware you can do, like, buffered serial ports and stuff like that. It could have added in, which would have sped up a lot of the stuff. Because this thing can run terminals too. I could plug in like a VT100 terminal into it, or as we did at work, 8 of them at the same time, and run other stuff that way too. So I mean, there was a lot of expansion. But the problem is that the Motorola 6X09, 6809, 6309 chip had kind of dead ended at that point. Neither Hitachi nor Motorola was going beyond that. I did already switch to the 68000 series and PowerPC later on, and that kind of stuff. So I think the CPU would have dead-ended at some point. Now OS 9 itself, I mean, that got ported to the 68000. There was versions of it for the Atari ST, the Mac, the Amiga, and a bunch of other custom machines that were made. Then it was ported to ARM and ported to Intel and PowerPC, DEC Alpha. So, I mean, the operating system kept going, and it, runs on modern 64-bit systems. You can get an ARM version of it right now. They ported X Windows to it and a bunch of other things too. So, I mean, the operating system definitely had room to grow, and it did, but it stayed in the industrial market. It never really took off as a desktop OS. A couple of companies tried. Tandy was the only one that was really successful for selling this to like the average home user versus, an industrial setting. Same websites before, the lcurtisboyle.com Then you just follow the links to Nitros 9 and eventually get to the Nitros 9 Ease of Use project page. We have downloads for the 6809 and the 609. If you happen to have a Matchbox, there's a version specifically for that, which is a kind of like a Mister. It's a hardware emulation layer, and then gives you some extra features like 80 by 60 text screens and stuff. The Sleepathon, Coco Talk. Yeah, it's a weekly live show about the Coco and various Coco related things. So there's MC10s, there's the Dragons, the Coco 123, and occasionally we touch on the MM1 and TC9, some of the more obscure descendants of it. But it's live. It's a panel of 15, 20 people. You've been on it, Boat's been on it, Frodo's been on it. We also do live chats from YouTube and Facebook and Twitch, everywhere we're broadcasting. So it's an interactive show. That's one of the big pluses of it. And you guys do that too. I mean, you interact with your audience live on the air, which I think is a big plus for the show. And we just talk Coco stuff, and it starts at 2 p.m. Eastern time every Saturday. We sometimes have different hosts depending on who's available, different subjects. Sometimes we don't have a subject, just make it up as we go along. A short show these days is 3 hours. A long show is 4 to 5. That doesn't happen too often anymore, but yeah, that one time when we did the virtual Coco Fest, because we have a yearly show, just like various other platforms do in Chicago, because of COVID, it got canceled. So we did a virtual fest. We did a 6-hour show of all the presentations that would have been done live in person. And then that means we didn't have time for the actual show, like news and everything else. So we had to come back that evening, do another 3 hours. So
wow,
it was
wow.
9 hours.
Coco After Dark.
I'm really glad we don't have 8-bit bladders like Flack does, because that would have been a run and jump show then.
Absolutely, great stuff over there. Flack, or excuse me, Curtis, good stuff. Any closing thoughts before we move this along?
Hey, I wanted to say two things
yeah.
to Curtis. Number one, when I see advances like this, I mean, I know they put so much work into this. It always makes me think, like, what would the original guys, like the guys that originally worked on the Coco, like, what would they think of if they could see, into the future and see what people are doing on the machine? I just think it's amazing that
the funny thing is, a lot of those guys are seeing it. They're actually on our show sometimes.
Yeah, they have to be amazed at what you guys are doing.
I think most of them are just happy that we're actually carrying the torch on, because I mean, some of them, they've gotten old enough, their health isn't there, they can't get into it like they used to, even though they're retired and would have the time for it. But they really appreciate that the stuff that they worked on 40, 45 years ago when they first started designing this stuff, that is still going.
They have to be impressed. And the other thing I was going to say is, are you going to kill that bat over there in Rogue?
Oh, shoot, I forgot. Let's throw something at him here. Let's throw some arrows.
He's finished with ICC. He's got to play a bunch of Rogue now. That's the way it goes.
By the way, Aaron,
I got him with the arrow.
Yes, sir.
All right. But no, I really did want to say that yeah,
Aaron.
I mean, that's amazing
Yes,
that
Frodo.
you guys have seen this.
Sorry.
Because yeah, this is really, I mean, just taking a system that was at a dead end and just turning it into, something new all over again.
It is really remarkable. Cool. It is quite remarkable. Frodo, you had a thought?
Yeah, you forgot something about Coco Talk. They also have interesting singing.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I'll put interesting in quotes, maybe. Scandalous might be a better appropriate explanation.
Have you ever heard
there's no better way
singing?
There's no better way than kicking back on a Friday or a Saturday afternoon. You pour yourself a cold one, you turn on the Coco Talk, and you just let it envelop you slowly. That's what I do every Saturday. I love it.
Like kind of like COVID.
Yeah.
It's a fabulous show.
I told Bode about Coco Talk, and the first time he looked at it, he's like, my God, what is this? And it's hard to explain it, but you just sort of, you're in for a good 4 hours. So you just sort of soothe yourself into it. You get yourself a little adult beverage, you know what I'm saying? And you just put it on the TV and you just sit back in your easy chair. You maybe doze off a couple times, but when you wake up, it's still going to be going on. No worries. and it's enjoyable. There's always something wacky. People yelling at each other. It's a good time. Curtis is a huge part of that show.
I'm
Curtis,
kind of the main news segment guy.
Curtis basically runs the show. Stevie is like the puppet face of.
Oh, you're gonna bring some. Don't
really,
bring heat.
you know,
Don't bring
Curtis
the
is
heat, Boat. What are you doing?
He's the
But
real.
Bo, can you send me a clip of that? I'm going to send it so I get my raise.
You kidding me?
And no one ever gets sleepy during news, eh?
Yeah. You don't want to get
One
Stevie.
guy does. Mikey does. That was the ongoing joke.
You don't want Stevie on his
In
boat.
fact, today he brought a pillow to the show specifically for the news segment.
There you go. And the thing is, I will say, it seems like every time I turn on Coco, there's always some kind of incredible thing going on. There's a lot of creative people over there doing a lot of wacky things that you would never expect a Coco to be involved in, and I love that. I think it's tremendous.
Yeah, it's a very active community. I think like the Amiga is both in the hardware and the software side, which is nice.
It's always a good time over there. Good stuff, Curtis, and again, outstanding, amazing things you never thought you'd see on the Coco. I highly recommend it. Now,
I've got one other thing to show.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
And I'll switch my camera because it's actually not on the Coco at the moment.
I like the shirt.
But Bo was asking about alternative color schemes, and that's one of the things we're actually doing here. So let me just find my little doc here.
What do you got behind you there, Curtis? Is that a treadmill or something? What is that to your immediate left? What is that to your immediate right? Yeah, that's it. What is that?
That's the cover for my Coco 3.
Okay. Well, there you go. That shut me up. Go ahead.
Screws? We don't need any damn screws. Okay, let me find it. Actually, I can switch back to my normal view here so I can find it faster. So yeah, Boat, you were asking about the alternative color schemes that actually work, and we actually, like I said, published a set of 4, and you can make your own.
Sorry for not reminding you about that, but you remembered, so it's all good.
Yeah, as soon as I find the darn thing here. Of course, now that I switch monitors, my screen went over.
I want to ask you about those binders that are behind you, Curtis. I've always wondered, because I look at you for hours every Saturday, and I always wonder.
I'm so sorry.
Is this like the official source code of all the Coco assembly language back there?
No, there's a little bit up. You can't see it on the shelf up above the camera view here. That's actually all my old Rainbow magazines, Hot Coco magazines, Color Computer magazines, Color Computer News.
I thought it was your manifesto back there. That's just some sort of Canadian manifesto.
Taking over Canada
Props.
tomorrow.
Yeah, knew it.
They're all props. It's blank paper.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, let me just bring up the right window.
Tell me
here.
about that mug sitting over to your left. No, just kidding. No, we don't want to hear any more about your room.
Let's look at the minutia of your room. That'll be fun.
Listen, man,
They're
this
nice
is
shelves. Are those
when
like
you
Yeah,
look
you
at
guys want to
something
come over
for
and help me clean
hours
up? That'd be
every week,
awesome.
This is what you wonder about. When I'm sitting and I'm watching Coco Talk and I'm in a half, conscious state. That's
Half
what I
drunk.
wonder. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
I
face
want to share
facts,
the whole
Boat.
screen. I just want to share the window here.
You're an easy chair drinker,
There
aren't
we
you,
go.
Boat?
I'm an easy drinker all the way around, man.
Oh, there you go.
So, Boat, since you're the one who wants to color in here, you can pick out of the 4 here what you think is the best. So that's the first color scheme.
Okay.
There's another.
Okay. So, but what you're doing here is you're just sort of applying like a layer of color. You can't actually color the individual items on the screen though, right? Like if you wanted a gray background with a blue folder, that wouldn't be possible.
It's possible. I'd have to reprogram the graphic shapes and how they're designed.
Oh, geez. I wouldn't want
Come
you to
on,
go to
Boat.
any trouble, Curtis. I mean, geez, I was just curious if that was something you could do. But basically what you're doing is just
I mean, they're just
applying, like, a
icons. So as long as
layer.
you pick the colors yourself, and there's an icon editor built into you, so feel free to design some.
So it would be technically possible to create a system where you could have a background layer, of your desktop, and then all your icons could be individually colored on their own.
Well, they have to share the same palette because the screen itself in this particular mode, the 80 column screen, is max 4 colors, same as the ST.
I see. Okay.
So you have to pick 4 colors and stick with them. Now there's a 16
for example,
color
like
mode.
in this particular screen, what you see right now, you see that there are some squares that are lit up with like that yellow color. So in this particular, I guess you couldn't get the shading, like that sort of like pseudo 3D shading that you get on the icons.
Yeah,
because
you have to be careful. That you have to match the colors to the 3D shading for it to work properly. But you
Right,
can play
right.
with what the colors are.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you for that, Curtis. That's very interesting.
Okay. There, I've bored you long enough.
There you go. Don't let Boat dictate what you do, Curtis. My God, you'll never get this OS done.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I don't listen to Stevie either. So
For God's sakes, don't put any brown in your OS, or Bo will have a conniption fit.
Oh, yeah.
Give me
I
a break.
might swear off Coco Talk forever.
Give me a break, Bo.
there's
Good
brown and
Lord.
fractalist, so that covers
There
that.
you go.
anyway,
There
so.
you go. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right,
Good
you know,
stuff.
we are almost at the end, the finish line here. But
We're nearing the halfway point, folks.
We've got it
Is
here.
that so? No.
Yeah, we're just about done the first quarter of Coco Talk now. So continue.
I've saved the best for last. Yes, don't shake your head. Our good buddy Graham W. Vebke.
Graham.
We love Graham. In fact, he supplied the adult beverage I'm currently sipping on, and he's a heck of a good guy. Graham, what do you have for us? There you go. Oh, Graham, the top shelf stuff is at the Graham W. Vebke household. What do you got for us tonight, Graham?
He didn't send me anything.
Well, maybe he'd been nice enough. What's up, Graham? Up, unmute.
Oh. Unmute.
Yeah, gonna get it. You're muted, Graham.
Not muted. He just doesn't have any sound going into.
He's
Yeah, he's not muted in Zoom.
No,
He's, like,
hold on.
muted
He's got to
his
rewire
system.
this. Let's put that up
Hey,
there.
We've all been there. We've
Oh
all-
yeah,
Turn it off and on.
that's right. And he's got to screw that in there. And
Just
here,
reboot. It's fine.
here comes the duct tape, the clothespins.
How's
And
that?
bingo!
There we go.
Shazam!
Hey, Graham.
The
Hey,
the
before
Zoom-
Graham gets started, could you say
Yeah.
your last name so I'll quit butchering it on my podcast?
What's a good
Okay.
word, Graham?
It's got umlauts. We can't handle that.
yeah, it does have umlauts. Yeah. There are two ways to say it. There's the European way, which is Vebke,
Yeah.
and the
Vebke.
and the English way is Webkey.
Interesting. I would
Yeah.
pronounce it being close to Germany as Wöpke
Yeah,
instead of Webke. Wöpke.
yeah, Vebke. And that's the one I
Yeah.
prefer. Yeah,
I like to say Graham.
yeah. Just call me G. Yeah, well, I just learned something about these Zoom microphones. If you don't use them for a while, they turn off automatically.
Yeah. Listen, I've been botching Zoom all night long, Graham. Don't worry.
Yeah, no problem.
Those microphones have listened to an earlier speaker about
Yeah.
power usage.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, my talk is not going to be anywhere near professional as some of the previous ones. So I'm just going to rattle on what I've been doing since the last ICC meeting. My downsizing of all my retro gear is in full swing. I've gotten rid of a lot of stuff, but I changed my mind and decided to keep my C64.
Yay.
There was too much nostalgia attached to it, and I would miss using the 154 Ultimate 2 too much.
Yeah.
What, can you explain what that is, Graham? I'm not as educated in that field.
Oh, okay, sure. So you insert this device in the cartridge port in the back of the C64, and then on here you attach the serial cable, so it acts like a 1541, and there's a micro SD or USB where you can insert your software.
Yeah.
And these buttons control various different things, menus and whatnot.
Does that run faster than a 1541 normally would, or is it about the same?
Oh, way quicker.
Because nothing's slower. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, no, it's very fast. You can 5-6 seconds most games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's very quick because it's using the cartridge port to load everything. You see, it was a piece of kit that I just couldn't get rid of, and I just thought, no, I'm going to keep it. So I kept that, and that's the only 8-bit computer I've got left now. Everything else is gone. In terms of the Gamecube, which is one of the few systems I'm keeping, I've now removed the CD drive, and in its place, this is my Japanese GameCube with the Game Boy loader.
Oh, now that I am jealous of you, Graham. That is a lovely piece of hardware. I'd love to have one of those.
Yeah, it's the best way of playing Game Boy games, in my opinion.
I've got one of those, Boat, by the way.
Now, I don't know how well the camera's going to show this, but this is a piece of kit. It's got a GC loader board inside here now. And this is a 3D printed insert which fills up the space that the drive came out of, and it just takes the cards.
So this is like the GDMU for the Dreamcast, but for the GameCube. Now, where did you pick that up from, Graham?
Good question. I think it's called Black Dog Tech. I do have the website open.
They even send you the screwdriver. Is that the place that I ordered one too? Yeah. Places because you need a special screwdriver to open that up. I don't mean to bust in your deal, sir, but yeah, you need a special screwdriver. But that place,
yeah, no, that's excellent. The guy there makes quality gear, not just for GameCube, but the URL is black-dog.tech, TECH. They're currently out of stock. They retail for $90 US, but yes, it's an expensive piece of kit, but in my opinion, it's worth it. The CD, the drives in the GameCube are notorious with age of having read issues, and I basically wanted to keep my drive in as good condition as possible, so that's why I went down that road with the GC loader. And the 3D printed mount is from laserbear.net, and it's called the GC Loader SD mount, and that's 3D printed, fits exactly in. It's wonderful. I don't have to stick my hand inside the GameCube and create a spark from static electricity swapping SD cards anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, because you mount the GC loader on top of the shielding that's on top of the board.
And it's pretty reasonable. I'm looking at it right now. $15 for the GC loader SD mount. So yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
that's a must buy when you get one of these things.
Graham,
or you call your buddy who's got a 3D printer and you
yeah, no kidding. Your buddy, Graham, I'm going to ask you a question because I've been following your liquidation over the past few months. What is it about? Because I find this interesting. What is it about the GameCube that makes that a keeper over some of your other systems? What was the appeal?
Again, it's probably the system that has the most nostalgia with me personally. I also have a decent collection of GameCube software, so that influenced things. Also, the GameCube has this. This is a SD card reader which you can plug into the memory card slot, and it runs a lot of homebrew. And before I got involved in the Mister scene and got all the Mister hardware, I used to actually run a lot of homebrew on GameCube as well, similar to like what you guys might do with old Xboxes and whatnot.
Is there a big homebrew scene for the GameCube?
There used to be, but it's now pretty much moved on to the Wii and the Wii U now.
Right.
But the software is quite mature now. It doesn't crash. There's not a lot of fixes to it.
Yeah, you got to realize that for all the people that didn't, sort of ascribe to that loser console, the Xbox, the scene for the GameCube was much, much bigger than any of that coin ops garbage that was going on over there. So it's a different scene. It's a better scene. It was just a scene that you weren't part of, Aaron.
Boat's a rabble rouser. I have some respect for the GameCube. Boat, unlike you, I love all consoles. I bring them in.
What?
and
I love
hugged
the
them.
GameCube. I've been unflagging in my support.
Well, what about the Xbox?
Day
You just
one.
you just buried it right there.
Yeah,
The
I will bear the Xbox till the day I die.
Well, the Xbox is a fine console, but the GameCube had some good stuff. Particularly the Star Wars games I thought were good. There's some great wrestling games for it as well. Burnout was an excellent game for the GameCube as well. So it's not like it was a complete dud. It's just it just kind of got lost in the shuffle there in the States when it came to home consoles of that era.
Indeed.
And Graham, have you used the Game Boy interface through Swiss for your Game Boy player?
Yes, I have. Yes,
it's so much nicer than the stock Nintendo disc image quality.
Absolutely.
So there's some way to use the GameCube. I've got the GameCube add-on. I'm glad you mentioned that, Kola. Good job. Because Graham, I'm going to ask you this. Maybe you or Kola can answer. I've got a GameCube with the Game Boy add-on, but I don't have the disc for it. So I'm screwed, right?
No, not at all. You don't need it.
Not necessarily, no.
No kidding.
Yep.
So if I got this SD card gimmick, I'd be golden. Is that what you're saying?
If you got the GC loader, yes. Yeah. The other option is, if you don't mind me just turning around, and my Pandora is covered.
I thought it was a two-part solution. I thought there was something underneath you could slide in for SD memory access or something as well.
There is. I'll show you that in a minute.
I had it. I had to do the same deal, brother.
So this is another alternative. The light.
Preloader.
There you go. So you can get that off Amazon. This is specifically for PAL. So I have a PAL GameCube as well. So if I want to load like a US game on there, like Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, for example, which was never released for Australian consoles, I would run that, and then I could play that game on the Australian console. But there are some other alternatives as well other than that, and that's this little device which I just pulled out from the bottom of the serial port here. It's a little tiny. Can I get you to read?
What in the heck is that thing?
Is that a little circuit board? What is that?
Yeah, so this is an SD card reader that sits inside the second serial port on the GameCube, and you can actually jerry-rig this up to run Homebrew, run the Game Boy launcher, run many things from it, and it's a very cheap piece of kit that you can pick up off eBay. It's only about $10-12 US. It's fantastic.
That's amazing. I've never seen one of those before.
I think the other part with the CD is got more compatibility. Maybe this one is a bit more of a hack. But yeah, I figured, what the hell? I got both. Yeah, this second one's like $7-8. It's on Amazon. Bam.
Yeah. That's right. Yep.
And it just plugs right in. It's brainless.
Yep.
I can do it.
Yep. Real plug and play stuff. For the Game Boy games, I have one of these, which is a Game Boy Super card.
That's all you need. You load up the SD card with everything, and away you go.
Yeah, so it's got a CF card in there. You can get the SD card version.
Oh, I've got the SD card version, but yeah, either way you go.
So you got one of those, Boat? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, man! I used to be heavily into the GBA piracy scene for sure.
Naughty.
Oh, bad Boat. I don't know him.
Yeah. So I only have 7 games on that card because it's only a 128 megabyte card. But I do have all the original cartridges. Just putting that out there.
Backups.
Yes, they are backups of my originals. The other attraction to GameCube for me is the Japanese games, and here are 2 examples. So this is a shoot 'em up game. In English, it's called Castle Shikigami. In Japanese, it's called Shikigami no Shiro. It's a fantastic game. This is the collector's edition box.
It's beautiful. I love it.
And it comes, and I think this is where all these Amiiboys or Amiibos, whatever they're called, come these days. So it has like little collectible.
So that's like the original Amiibo right there.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Now, the irony of this is that even though it's a Japanese game, I didn't buy it in Japan. I got it shipped over from Holland because apparently.
Wow. Did that come from you, Frodo?
No. From it's my understanding that there's a very big Japanese GameCube scene in Holland and in France and in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. It's very big over here.
Wow, interesting.
Is that in Frodo's basement? That gathering?
Now you travel all over, Graham. So you can probably pick up a lot of crazy stuff, can't you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, I've got my Japanese baseball cap on today, Yokohama. Love to travel. Don't get to do it much this year though.
Yeah.
Another Japanese game, another shooter, Star Soldier.
Oh
fantastic.
Yes, that one I know.
Yeah, so I tend to like all the Hudson stuff. I guess that's the PC Engine influence on me as well.
Nothing wrong with that.
Another one of my favorite consoles, the TurboGrafx /
Now, do you have one of those, Graham?
PC Engine. No, I don't, but I use the Mister for that, and also the GameCube homebrew. So
did you ever have a PC Engine, or is that one you never got hold of?
I never had hold of one, but when I was studying in 1990 and 1991 in college years, so that gives away my age. We had a Japanese exchange student, and one of the things that he brought over was one of the original white PC engines, and he brought over 6 or 7 of his favorite Hue card games, and we were completely blown away because we were used to seeing all the Sega stuff and the SNES and NES and all that sort of stuff, and such a small little console,
Yeah. They pack a lot into that little thing. They had some great games on that. There's a game on there called Blazing Lasers. You ever played that one? I think that's sort of the predominant shooter on it. Man, I love that game. And it's not super hard either. So like a schlub like me can have a fair shot at it. I love that console. I was happy to pick up the American version of it years ago. Those things have went up in price too. They're a lot tougher to get than they used to be.
They're going up through.
Did the PC Engine have much of a presence in Australia and down in that area?
No, not even the TurboGrafx 16.
Really? So did they not release them at all, or did they release them?
No, it wasn't even released. We had to import everything if we wanted it. Yeah.
Wow, I never knew that. So those are super rare over there. That's something you should pick up next time you go to Japan, man. Roll in there and grab you one and run for the hills.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea,
I got one more question for you about the GameCube. Now, of course, I've got a couple of these of the Nintendo Wii sitting around. These things were big sellers. They're everywhere. They're giving them away, Graham. What would, and I can play GameCube games on the Wii without any problem. With some gray market, gray area sketchery, right? As you know. What is there any difference? Is there any reason I shouldn't do that aside from the ethical reasons? I mean, you're going to get the same experience, right? Is there a reason that you just favor the GameCube over getting a Wii for that, just because that's what you grew up with, or what do you think?
It's just preference. There are a small few differences in terms of the hardware. For example, the Wii has the better video output.
Right.
This Japanese one at the back has analog and digital output, but it only does 480p without that special CAMI HDMI adapter or whatever it's called.
Right.
I run S video for the GameCube, and I'm quite happy with that into a VGA monitor. But the Wii had the better output. It was 720p, I think, is the Wii, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
I've never.
That's right. I've got component cables for mine I picked up, and there's an HDMI that does like simulated blah blah blah. So yeah, I think you got it.
Yeah. Right. So if you got the GameCube ports in the top of it, then that's the model to go if you want to play GameCube games on the Wii because the older versions of the Wii didn't come with those joystick ports on the top.
Right, right. Now, of course, you won't be able to use the Game Boy Advance,
No.
yeah, that won't work, stuff like that. So there's hardware limitations. So that's something I always
Correct.
wondered about that because the Wii's are so cheap, and the GameCubes have sort of risen in price over the past couple of years. It's funny. I never thought those would be a hot commodity because when the Wii came out, they were giving those away. I've got one sitting here, like I said, and I never thought much about it, but it's one of those systems that's slowly rising in price due to the popularity coming around.
Yeah, there's a bit of a hardware shortage as well. Like there's only 12 million, I think, units worldwide that were sold. So something like that anyway. And the Wii, as we know, was very, very popular.
Sure.
Yeah,
Like
the
almost 10
Wii
times
will
the
forever
amount.
be cheap just because there's a billion of
Yeah,
them. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah,
the
but-
GameCube was the last place of its generation, so just scarcity is going to drive the price.
I will
up.
say the GameCube's a much more attractive system physically. It just looks
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot
for
cooler.
sure.
The Wii is not attractive. There's no color of it. It just looks like a kind of a rectangular box. Where the GameCube looks
Exactly.
pretty cool. It's got a handle. It's got all the cool stuff on it.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. Now
Yeah.
I gotta ask you before we roll on, Graham. You've got your GameCube. What else are you keeping? What else has survived the slashing over at the Vebke household?
Okay. So other than the Mister and the GameCube, Xbox One has survived, and I've also kept a in-box Nintendo 64. Never been used in box. One day I might use that as a commodity to purchase something else, but that's basically it. Everything else is gone.
And the 64 is another console that, as people get older, the generations that grew up with it that's something that's became an in-demand console over the last couple of years. Because there was a time where you could buy those things for practically nothing, and now those days are over. Do you have any nostalgic feelings toward the N64 as well?
There are a few games that I really, really love, and I got one of them on my Switch. I just bought a Switch.
Yeah.
Mario 64, everyone probably knows that.
Oh, yes.
There are a few other games, but honestly, now I find the controller to be quite awkward to use.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that.
I much prefer the GameCube or the Xbox controllers over the Nintendo 64 controllers. It's really quite awkward with the center stick and the trigger underneath. And,
yeah, I always hated that stick. I'll be honest with you.
I love that N64.
Yeah,
64. Fantastic.
There's always one guy that's like, "Hey, that's a great stick." I never could use the darn thing, and for fighting games,
Listen, designed for aliens.
If you can use a Coco Deluxe joystick, or even worse, a Coco Black Beauty, and not complain, you have no room to complain.
Who said we didn't complain about the Black Beauty?
Yes, here. Tell them, Boat. Tell them.
Oh, Boat. Listen, you just want to cause trouble, Boat. We're not falling for
I
your
never
scam.
cause trouble. I don't know what you're talking about.
Good Lord.
Hey, Graham, I have a question for you too. Since
Sure.
I don't know you from the beginning, how many systems did you have before you started the purge?
Good question. Too many.
Is that like 2 to the power of many, or what?
Yeah, two multiplied by many. Yeah. I people will cry when I say this, but I got rid of all my Amigas.
No.
Yes, he did.
You should have put them for sale channel.
No, I did. I got a very good price for them.
Yeah,
Let me
Graham
assure you.
did okay.
But we do a bad price for them.
Yeah, all the Amigas went. All the PlayStation stuff's gone. I'm just about finished selling all the Sega stuff. Actually, I'm keeping the Game Boy Advance. I should say that only because it's nice and small.
Mm.
Game Boy Advance is that's my desert island console. You know, if I could only keep one library, GBA would be it.
Yeah. Either that or the Switch for me now, both fantastic consoles.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, Aaron.
You did it for. I mean, tell them why you got rid of those machines.
Because I have a man closet. I don't have a man cave.
That's right. and I will say, Graham is the original Mr. Mister. This guy's a mist-using sucker. He loves this thing. And watching him play made me want one all the more.
You know, Graham, I think because I don't know if you actually talked about this on the first episode or not, but I believe that you have the ultimate monitor for your Mister. I don't believe that I've ever seen one that was better. So could you just quickly talk about the monitor that you use with your Mister?
Oh, the G story.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. It is an 11.6-inch. Hang on, I'll move a few things so we can see it. I'll see if I can get the camera to play nice with me.
Good shirt.
There's the monitor there.
Very nice.
So it actually sits on top of the Xbox console.
Oh.
And it's a 11.6-inch diagonal, full HD, 1080p. It has 2 HDMI ports in the back. I wonder if I can turn it around without pulling cables out. No, you won't be able to see. Anyway, so the Xbox takes up HDMI 1 and the Mister comes into HDMI 2. Bought it on Amazon. Basically, because I'm space poor, because you can see my drum kit. I've got a drum kit in this room as well, and my laptop, and that's pretty much it. And my room's basically 8 feet by 6 feet. That's my room. So not a lot of room for a lot of things, and I started getting rid of a lot of the gear because I just wasn't showing it respect, you know, because it was sitting in boxes. And to me, it was important to show the gear respect. You know, unless you're a collector and you like to collect things, yeah, it's just something that I felt passionate about, was having the items out that I'm going to use rather than just put them in a cupboard and say, I've got them, but I'm never going to use them. But, you know, some people like to collect, and, you know, great, good on you, keep the hardware alive and collect it. But, you know, for me personally, because unfortunately my other hobby is playing drums, and drums aren't small. So I needed the room basically.
Very good. And you can't simulate drums on a Mister, can you? Not yet.
Not yet. But there is MIDI. There is MIDI now, so I might be able to do MIDI controller into it.
Not quite the same though.
No, not quite the same. Not quite the same.
Very good.
So the other thing that I wanted to very briefly talk about was, because I injured my thigh. I tore my thigh muscle in the last 3 weeks, and I'm in a lot of pain, being honest. So thank you, breakfast bourbon.
And Christmas.
Yeah, and Christmas and lunchtime bourbon. Anyway. But I've been reading. I've had a lot of time to catch up on reading because I can't, you know, walk and do as many activities as I was doing. And I just wanted to very quickly share 2 books that I've had a lot of time to look at, and I think they're amazing books. And if anyone is interested in any of these, it's probably something you could consider tracking down for yourself. This first book is, and it's funny because Doug said that his first computer was the VIC-20, and this is a VIC-20 visual history book that I've been reading. And this was a Kickstarter book. I'm not sure if it's still available by the author, but the VIC-20 was one of the first computers I was introduced to. The Apple II was the absolute first computer that was at my primary school's library, and I used that back in 1982, which again shows my age. But this VIC-20 book, which was made by an Italian fellow, Giacomo, it's just incredible, and the amount of detail inside the book, you know, complete with you know, full. Hang on, I've got to get this right so the light isn't shining too much on it. So it breaks down all the models of the VIC circuit motherboard diagrams.
Nice. Centerfold.
It's just incredible. And then in the back, he goes through every single cartridge that was released as well. So you've got a catalog of all the cartridges, and just incredible stuff. So I learned so much reading that book.
The Vic has really had a resurgence in the past couple of years too. It's really getting talked about a lot. A lot of homebrew, a lot of hardware stuff. So that's in topic right now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of expansion for it as well. Like the Coco seems to, what little I know, because I've only just got into the Coco, thanks to Curtis and all these other guys.
Sorry.
No, I'm fascinated. I was surrounded by TRS-80s as a youngster, but because I was in the Apple II camp, I sort of, when you're younger and you sometimes say, I'm Apple and that's TRS-80, so therefore I'm not going there.
Yeah, the 8-bit wars, as we call
Sorry
them.
to hear that, sir. Yeah. Sorry you had to be subjected to that as a child.
Yeah,
we all were.
I kind of wish I wasn't like that, because it's an amazing piece of kit. But I see that a lot of people are passionate about building expansions for it, and Nik's sound thing is a classic example of that.
Oh yes.
But the same thing with the Vic 20. There's all these different cartridge expansions that are happening at the moment, and it's a machine with a lot of life left in it too.
Okay.
The other,
Graham,
yes,
sorry, Graham, may I quickly interrupt? I looked it up. That book is still available at oldcomputer.com, computer without an E. That's oldcomputer.com.
That's actually Giacomo's website. So yeah, great.
He has it. I found it through the Kickstarter. He had the buy now list, and it's on there still.
Yeah,
as
very good, Frodo.
And PDF. Yes.
Thanks for doing that, Frodo. It's a fantastic book if you're interested at all in the Vic 20 and its history. The other book is a Bitmap Books title. I don't know if you guys have heard of Bitmap Books out of the UK. Sam Dyer runs it from the UK. Gremlin in the Works. It's a 2-book, upside down, sorry about that, 2-book box set. I think that's not too much shine from the light. And it basically goes through the history of every Gremlin developed game. Every piece of software, the developers had input into it, interviews, some nice art as well. Yeah, a lot of text, but fantastic. It talks about how they designed some of the art and stuff, original to that as well, so you can see from concept to reality. It's just amazing, and it talks about their demise and all that sort of stuff.
Can you show that book? Show that up on camera again, real quick, Graham. Show us the cover.
Yeah, this is the box. It's called Gremlin in the Works.
Very good.
That too can still be ordered, but it's on pre-order from Bitmap Books, available from June next year.
Yeah, so I was lucky to get a copy of this.
I'll put a link in the Twitch feed there.
Yeah, so if you like Gremlin games like I do, essential reading. Yeah.
I don't know whether you can see my screen, but there's
hey, you've got one too.
Wow, everybody's got one.
It's very heavy.
Very good.
Okay, this is dangerous. Pixels usually means that if he has a book, that I have to buy it too. For some reason. I don't know why, but
you've got to follow suit because he's a trendsetter, dude. That's why.
Absolutely.
I already bought 2 books because of him. He only one because of me. So.
Yep.
Very good.
I'm sure Pixel agree that it's a great book, and it's an invaluable resource if you're
really good.
interested in that. And one day I hope that they make something similar for for US Gold or for Ocean or some of the other big companies.
The Ocean book would have to be encyclopedic, and it's
yeah.
There are Ocean and US Gold books, but they're a lot smaller. In fact, reaching onto my bookshelf. There we go. So
there you go. How are
Those
those?
US gold books,
Pix?
but they're a bit thinner than that one. So
they're Chris Wilkins books. Okay,
that's
okay.
right. Yeah, the Fusion
they're
Retro.
both
Yeah.
good. They're both good. I have them both. I couldn't find them quickly, but both have both of those two. Yeah, they are.
Okay, I was completely unaware. All right, thank you. I'll have to look them up and treat myself.
Look at that. Everybody's
Chris
got a book.
Chris has a number
Yeah.
of very good books out in this style.
You know, while we're pitching books, I'm not the most well-read sucker in here. I'm not gonna lie, but I did pick up the new Retro Man Cave book. If you're into him, the Retro Tea Breaks. I've just started reading this today, and it's straight up gold, y'all. So that's something else you could put on your list. And Neil is a super nice guy as well.
I love that little bookmark thing he's got in there. That's so high class. I wish every book had
Oh,
that
look
part.
at Curtis. What do you got there, Curtis? Let's all
That's
show
the
our books.
history of the Coco.
Yeah. It's still being
If
written,
we're
my
showing
friend.
books,
What do you got, Frodo? I can't quite see what you got there.
you might want to.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
The Fantasy
Oh,
Art Wall
nice.
Tray. Oh, my. I bet that's lovely.
That's a
That's
good book
another
as well.
fabulous book.
Oh, my. That's good stuff. Look at that. We could stock a library with these suggestions. There goes Boat. Boat's going to bring back like 6 books. Good Lord.
But
Graham,
this is one of my favorites. That's why I took it out.
Graham, that was excellent stuff. Well done, sir.
No problem.
I like
I'm a
the fact.
Spectrum guy, yeah.
I like the.
Oh, yeah, I've got that one too.
There you
Spectrum,
go.
cool.
That one I know. I like the fact that some
That's fabulous
consoles
book,
are
too.
getting some love here. You know, what do you got, Kola? What is that?
That's a record.
No, it's I am 8-bit. They're like video game art.
Oh,
Like
Wow.
really cool.
Let's see some art there. Very whoa.
You
Whoa,
know,
that was trippy.
Like strange. Some of it's really cool.
Wow.
It looks nice and
Ooh.
thick. It looks nice and thick. That's one of the qualifications I need for a good book. Nice and thick.
Very good. Boat, I know you jumped up to get some kind of stuff. What do you got?
you know, speaking of art, I've got to put in a plug for this. The art of Atari.
It is great. I
Yeah.
can't lie.
Great
I love
book.
that
Tim
book.
Laptino.
Absolutely.
This
Yeah.
was I got this as an Amigos Secret Santa book last year, and this is it's amazing because there was all of my favorite Atari art, and you can see behind me on the wall. It was all by the same guy.
Yeah, he did all the cartridges back in the day, didn't he?
Yeah. And so it was so cool. Cliff Spawn is his name. Like this is his art for Home Run. It's just really, really evocative.
Yeah.
So
You think he ever saw the games,
If you're
Boat?
into VCS art at all, check out the art of Atari.
You think that guy ever
That's
actually looked
awesome.
at the games before he did the art?
Probably not.
No, I
Probably
wouldn't
not. He's
have.
like, this would be cool.
That stuff's
Probably for the best.
demotivational for your art. You don't want to look at it too closely.
He was probably drawing the art as they were developing the game,
Yeah.
so he might not have saw anything.
That's true.
you
That's
might be right.
true.
You know,
I got one more book here.
Oh, yeah, go
I
ahead,
don't know if
man.
You know that it's very suitable for especially ARG Presents.
oh my, gaming and is that what is that? I can't read the last
In
word.
the obscure.
Oh
In the
yes.
obscure. It has, for instance, this system in there.
Oh, the
Oh,
FM
the
Towns
FM
Party.
Yeah.
Nice.
You know, I will say the
This is
FM
a
Towns
fabulous book.
the FM Towns Marty party on ARG. That was a very low key affair. I can tell you that. But
That's why I chose it.
I
listen,
was just going to say that's a book made for ARG.
if anyone
Yeah,
ever comes across an
absolutely.
FM Towns Marty, a car Marty, call old Aaron up. I'm interested at any price on that bad boy. You know, I've really enjoyed the evening, but I'm going to surprise spotlight a guy here who's quietly sat there, and it's Mitsoyama. You're the big
Bam.
man. What are you working on, Mitz? Tell us. You got to have something cooking.
No, not really. I'm not doing much these days. I mean, I think in the future meeting, I might do something on this little beauty. Here,
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
There it is.
Yes.
Oh, you just break that out like it's just sitting around.
Nice.
Yeah, there's
What
no
has your
expect from
experience been
next.
on that, Mitz? Are you happy with that piece of work there?
I got to tell you, it's of all the kind of retro kit I've bought recently, I think this is the top of the pile. The quality of it is superb. If you ever get a chance to hold one in your hands and just use the keyboard and just feel the quality, it feels like a commercial product. So,
Yeah.
I'm not knocking the work that other guys do in the retro community like Edu and things like that, but this really is a kind of a step above that. It really does feel like a quality product. And you may look at it, they're available now on their website like 300 quid for the standard edition. This is a this is an accelerated edition because it's got the
Pi.
You can see there, yeah, it's got the Pi Zero in it, so that knocks the price up by another 25 quid. But yeah, it really is a good piece of kit, you know, and you know, just you could do 99% of what you can do with this, you can do via emulation and other FPGA solutions, of course, you know. So, you know, it's difficult to say recommend this over a Mister when they cost roughly about the same, but you know, it really is a lovely bit of kit, and it just, you know, it's got the design lineage back to the original 48K Spectrum and the 128K Spectrum, because it was Rick Dickinson that designed the case and everything, and the time they took to get it right, to get the moldings right, to get the keyboard right has really paid off. So yeah, I may do something on that in a future meeting.
Now, Mitz, what is the have you had a chance to try out any of the Spectrum Next exclusive software that's become available since you bought it?
Yeah, so the two games I've really played the most of from Next Software is Bags in Space, which is Jim Bagley and I forget the other author of that. It's kind of like a jetpack kind of.
That's sort of the flagship title.
You start off a bit like Jetpack, and then you go through these underground mazes, picking stuff up, and yeah, it's good. The other game I bought recently was Bikers, which is kind of the Super Hang-On clone. Again, you know, another great game. But to be honest with you, I've been mainly using it to play, you know, the old classic Specky games. You know, the stuff we've been playing in the high score challenge, you know, Chase HQ recently. You know, I've been playing those games on it, and it's just, you know, I have it hooked up to a CRT, and it's just really, you know, brought a new lease of life to Spectrum gaming for me, because it's just, you know, it just brings back that that kind of, you know, emotional tie, that nostalgic tie that you have to gaming in the past, really. And you know, just like I say, the feel of the keyboard and everything, how responsive it is. It's just a great bit of kit.
It is a beautiful. Can you hold that back up for a second, Mitz? It's a well done. Of course, Dickinson put it together. A beautiful looking machine. Yeah. And I will say, Mitz, and you can back me up on this, I'm sure. One thing you get, I mean, I can emulate it. We can all emulate it, but you don't get the tactile pleasure of touching it, seeing it there in front of you, especially when that machine was there was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into making that machine come around, because when they started designing that wasn't something that was happening, and they really put a lot of effort into it. And I got to give those guys 100% props for making a beautiful. They could have half-assed it. They could have put something out, and they would have like Vega-esque type thing. But they went full
trash
bore.
The Vega, man.
You heard me. Fine. Listen, I'll trash that sucker any day of the week.
Do you trust the Vega?
That's right.
I think they look pretty slick. I like the way it had those lights, and it looked like they kind of wrapped around a little bit with a curved light.
Actually no lights.
It's beautiful. Well, these are just
stickers.
No, these are just like, they're like plastic inserts, like plastic plugs that go into the case. So they don't illuminate. But you know, it's just little touches like that.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that the side is rounded. You know, the fact, you know, when you read the Kickstarter updates, because obviously, you know, the manufacturer of this, you know, took a lot longer than what they thought it was going to take originally. You know, but it was time well spent. You know, they were going on about making sure that the red was the correct shade of red. You know, so they were going on into all the details. The fact that the keycaps, you know, you've got it's probably difficult to see on my camera, but you've got like the polished kind of plastic, smooth plastic, and
it's that sort of like it's like that sort of concave, shiny. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, couple of slight niggles. I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. You know, I mean, I've been using it quite a bit, so some of the lettering is beginning to fade on some of the keys. You know, so the actual letters themselves are still quite bright, but above the V, you've got like CLS there, all the different commands similar to what you had on the 48K.
Right.
Have you noticed?
Some of those begin to rub off.
Is being a part of the community, have you noticed? Have other people had that same problem with the sort of keycap starting to rub off a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I've not heard much from other people about it. I'm not big into the next community. You know, I'm not a big. I'm not. You know, I don't really follow it too closely.
Okay.
But you know, it's just my experience. You know, it's just beginning to rub off a little bit. You know, I imagine if it's doing that for me, it's probably doing it for other people. And the you know, the cover for the expansion slot is quite stiff as well. But again, I don't have anything to plug into that expansion slot, so it doesn't bother me that much. You know, it
does look like it's almost a direct descendant of the original Spectrum. Like, unlike say Mr. Which just looks like more
right. It looks like it looks like the next generation, doesn't it? I mean, really, you can tell the same guy was working on it, and it's a beautiful machine. It really is.
It's lovely. It reminds me a lot of the original 128K Spectrum, the toast rack, as it's known. You know, it's kind of because like once Amstrad took over, you kind of got these kind of
we've got one of those.
I've got one of those.
You know, it's you know, it doesn't you know, this was my original from '86. You know, so it's, you know, the design philosophy kind of went out of the window.
Sure.
I like the fact that you had those within arm reach. Is there stacks and stacks of computers all around? I just think you're in this antiseptic room with like 200 old 8-bit systems ready to go. Pull out a Sam Coupe.
No, I'm afraid I don't have a man cave either. You know, I'm more of a man closet, a bit like Graham was talking about. So everything in here is in with.
And he goes for Liverpool too.
There you go.
That's right.
May I ask something? Miss, have you tried any other cores on the Next already, or only the Spectrum core?
No, I've only tried the Spectrum.
Because the only reason I didn't get the Next was because I got a Mister about 3 months before the second Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have gone for the Next. But now it would only be basically the keyboard that was the difference to me, and that was just not enough to pay all the money for it.
But you know, it's like I was saying before. You know, when you're looking at 325 quid for the accelerated version now, you know, you can get a complete Mister setup, can't you? For, you know, about the same money.
Yeah,
so
same amount.
It's difficult to justify. You know, if you're on limited funds, you know, and you know,
it was one or the other, and the Mister just happened to be around at the right time. The Next was just a few months too late for me.
Mitz was because I know there were two flavors to that, and you got the one with the pie in it. Was that worth it? I mean, it didn't sound like what was it, an extra 25 quid or something like that. Was it worth it?
It was just the cost of the Pi Zero. So when I backed it on the original Kickstarter, so it cost me 240 quid. So and obviously, you know, it's been well documented that the guys who run that Kickstarter ended up making a loss on that because of tax situations and things like that.
Yeah, that's a shame too, because they worked hard on that thing.
It is a shame, and you know, the people have been complaining a bit about the prices of the second round of Kickstarter.
Right.
You know, you
look at what they're going for on eBay, man.
Yeah, I was going to say no one took a loss on that, and I'm sure those fellows made their money back on the second run. Because I watched that. They sold a zillion of those things. If it wasn't for the fact that the Amiga I've got sitting right here has a core for that, I thought about jumping in myself, because they're a beautiful device. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And I like the fact. I love it when a community gets together and they hone themselves to a sharp point, because you have to do that to make a machine like that. It's glorious, and the ZX community is that passionate bunch, and so I think they got the computer they deserve, and it's a great addition to the family.
Yeah, you know, I will say that I truly believe that only the Spectrum community has the passion and the in the people that were originally on the design team. Sadly, one of whom I guess has just recently passed away.
Yeah,
it actually has the motivation to create something that brings the system forward, you know, into the current generation. You know, what do we have? We got nothing for the Atari 8-bit. Okay, what do we have for the C64? We have the bread bin brought forward into the C64, which is nothing but, you know, the original C64 design with an HDMI out and in a front end.
There is a C64 sequel coming. If you have, if you've been breeding,
we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see how that goes. But
Yeah.
it just seems like the Spectrum fan base is the perfect storm of the original designers plus the passion of the fans to make something like the ZX Next work.
Yeah, I agree.
In the Amiga community, we have much passion over the copyrights of anything.
Well, I mean, listen, every community goes in a different direction. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And but you've got a passionate ZX community, a passionate Amiga community, passionate Coco community. You know, you've got, and even the Atari community also. But everyone, they've got their own gimmick. They go in their own direction to make themselves happy. So it's a.
I think Boat mentioning though that the original developers of the hardware are still involved at this stage. That's something that's fairly unique.
Yeah.
I mean, Coco, we've got some software developers from the original ones that are still involved and still doing things, but not on the hardware side.
Do we know
Dave Haney back on the Amiga?
Yeah. Do we know, Curtis? Do we know who the original developers of the Coco hardware was? I mean, do we know who they were specifically?
Yeah, it was like John Prickett's one of them. Tom Chatham, I think. They mentioned that Coco book I showed earlier.
Have they been in contact with, like, say, you guys, since you guys are sort of much running the roost? Have you ever talked? Are they still around?
Boise interviewed Terry. Actually, Terry's the one who has that prototype Coco 4 case. But he's long retired. He's just got a few of the machines kicking around, and I think he's in his 80s when the book was made.
The Coco is going a different route, where they're just taking what they've got and they're magnifying it as best they can, right? Am I right there, Curtis? That's the way it's a different approach. They're taking what they had and they're doing something with. I mean, the sound card's a good example. They're playing within the playground that they had. You know, it's a different sort of philosophy.
I mean, there was a huge difference in the early 90s. Like when Tandy officially dropped the Coco, 3 different companies came out with what they considered a Coco 4. Frank Hogg came out with the TC9, Interactive Media Systems came out with the MM1, and then there's a System 4 by Delmar Systems. And they're all trying to compete to see who's going to be the Coco 4 type thing. And they varied widely. TC9 was basically a Coco in a tower case with a few bits of added hardware. The MM1 was actually a 68070, the same thing as that the CD Interactive used with the base hardware.
Yeah.
So it's 16 million colors and DMA and everything else.
It could have been worse than CDI.
The System 4 was basically a 68000 system on an IBM AT bus. So you plug in VGA cards and you'd write drivers for it.
That's
so they all went
wacky.
totally different directions.
Yeah.
And none of them succeeded.
Yeah.
Spectrum community, of course, had similar things. So you had the Sam Coupe was basically meant as a follow-up to the Spectrum from an alternative company. Didn't succeed that much. It sold a bit, but not that much. But nowadays you see a lot of extra hardware also for the Spectrum still being made, new stuff all the time. But also, the Next is another line in there.
Very good. You know, as we close it up here, because the Boat told me, I said, listen, Boat, this is going to be a tight 2.5 to 3 hours. And Boat cackled with delight.
Boat too. We laughed too.
As we enter our 4th big hour, we better quit while we're ahead, fellas. Some of us got to go to bed.
Come on, go beat Coco Talk records.
No,
today.
hell no.
Aaron, we know when you give us a time schedule, we know to add at least 20.
Listen, what can I say? I'm a Gabby individual. Y'all know that. Listen, we appreciate everyone turning up for the second gathering of the International Computer Club. Maybe we'll do this again somewhere down the line. I appreciate all y'all showing up.
Maybe.
I appreciate everybody.
Absolutely should.
There was some sweet action here that was presented. We appreciate all y'all in the chat. We had a huge turnout in chat tonight. It was very awesome to see all these people turn out. Hey, you people in chat, if you're on our Discord, the next time I want to see your beautiful faces amongst these other handsome fellows. And I want to see, we need a girl up here, a couple girls maybe, to even it out with all this husky studs. So we need some action up here. We want all the countries represented. It's international. Let's get it going. So the next time, let's see I'd love to see some extra people up here. Just like this time, it was great to have all the new people here. Some of the old favorites coming back. It's good stuff. I'd like to thank everybody, and we will call this a night. Please tip your wait staff on your way out. Until the next time, gentlemen, I bid you all a fond adios.
Adios, man.
Adios.
Get the heck out of here, fellas.
Yes, muchachos. Thanks for the Discord.
Goodbye.
That was fun.
Adios, muchachos.